ronde va démarrer dans quelques minutes. Merci de vous installer. Hello everyone. Welcome to round 8 of Dole Open. The round will start in a few minutes. Please move on to your seats. Voilà, n'oubliez pas d'éteindre vos téléphones. Téléphone éteint, ça veut dire pas de Wi-Fi, pas de 4G, pas de 5G, pas de messages, pas de notifications. Téléphone totalement éteint. Voilà, vous les déposez dans les boîtes prévues à cet effet. I remind you that your mobile phones must be switched off, totally off. No Wi-Fi, no 4G, 5G, etc. You put them in the boxes on the entrance. Je vous rappelle également que les nuls par accord mutuel sont interdites avant le 30e coup. I remind you that draws by mutual agreement are forbidden before move 30. Demain matin, la ronde 9 démarrera à 9h30 précise avec un délai de forfait de 30 minutes. Donc si vous n'êtes pas là à 10h ou plus tard, ce sera partie perdue. Round 9 tomorrow begins at 9:30. You have 30 minutes delay to be in front of your chessboard.
Bonjour à tous. Avant-dernière ronde, je ne vais pas parler longtemps. Vous êtes presque au bout du tournoi. Vous savez à peu près tous maintenant, vous connaissez Dole qui donc sponsorise cet événement. You all know Dole now by being the sponsor of this event. That's why you have a healthy snack on your desks. We have on your tables. Banana, please throw away what is left in the end in the bin and don't let the referees do it. Voilà, vous avez un snack plein de santé qui vous est offert pour cette avant-dernière ronde. Jetez la peau à la fin dans la poubelle, c'est tout ce qu'on vous demande. Pour le coup, c'est une banane Dole. J'ai avec moi le premier adjoint à la mairie d'Aix-en-Provence, la ville qui vous reçoit pendant 10 jours. Je vais lui passer la parole pour lancer cette ronde. I have the pleasure to welcome the mayor, not the mayor, but the first mayor of the city who welcomes you this whole 9 days, and I'll give him the microphone for a quick word.
Merci Président. Bonjour à tous et bienvenue à Aix-en-Provence. Donc je suis pas bilingue, donc je ne parlerai qu'en français. Je suis vraiment impressionné par ce tournoi et c'est un plaisir pour nous de vous accueillir à Aix-en-Provence. J'espère qu'au-delà des compétitions, vous avez quelques temps pour faire connaissance avec la ville et que vos familles puissent le faire aussi. En tout cas, merci d'être là et bon tournoi à tous.
Les noirs appuient, les blancs jouent. Les noirs appuient, les blancs jouent.
Alors, les noirs appuient, les blancs jouent.
Bonne partie.
Start the clock, please.
At Dole, bananas are more than just a healthy snack. They're a healthy business. We're proud to be the #1 banana brand, bringing consumers a variety of fresh farm picks from Guatemala, Honduras, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Mexico, and around the world. Hardy plantains, sweet reds, the popular Cavendish. Whether we're working on the farm or innovating through research, we're constantly exploring ways to improve, package, and deliver our fan-favorite fruit.
And hello, welcome everybody to round number 8 of Dole Trophy 2025. My name is Laura Unuk and I am joined by Grandmaster Sergei Movsesian. Hello, Sergei.
Hello, welcome everyone. We are in penultimate round of this tournament, which actually may be a decisive one. We say this almost every day, but today we mean it because we remind you by our standings that Pavel Eljanov is a solid in the tournament, and actually in case he manages to win his today's game, it will be extremely hard, if impossible, to catch him, because he is already leading. Well, there's only one player who is chasing him. It's Jakub Siman, Poland, with 6 points, and the rest of the field is full point behind him. That would mean that really his win would be very crucial. But of course, there is a whole game in front of us, and Jakub is playing a fantastic tournament here.
Yes, it's so really impressive. How does there's some luck there and there? And for example, against Maxime, he was worse. Maxime that showed me the way that he could play, and Black would have no chance to hold on. And also yesterday, I mean, I have to say, the Chinese player had some chances with black pieces. However, what matters at the end is the result. And Jakub showing great resilience. And like you said, playing for his last GM norm.
Exactly, this is an information we could add, because Jakub just before this tournament he scored a second GM norm in Valencia, and if I'm not mistaken, and actually scoring a GM norm in this tournament would mean that he will become Poland's newest GM. Of course, his performance till now in this tournament not only is very impressive on the board, but of course it also goes to very nice numbers. So it seems that in some exceptional case, even half of a point out of 2 will be definitely enough, and even some circumstances maybe even not scoring any points in these 2 games. Imagine how great he has played till now. But of course, except the GM norms, there is also an overall tournament standings, and I remind you that Jakub is the only player behind who's chasing Pavel Eljanov by half a point margin. And of course, on the other hand, if he wins, then he will take a sole lead.
Oh, that would be a turnaround we wouldn't expect. However, it would be, of course, amazing for the drama of tomorrow's round, which would be the last round. And we can actually standings after round 7. So yes, only Pavel with 6.5, and then only Jakub with 6 points out of 7. And then we can have a small pool. I think it's of 6 players with 5.5, and then quite a large pool of people with 5.
5 points. The peloton is starting from Leonardo Costa and of course many other players. What we should also mention probably is that we probably didn't really have this information too often, and the tournament of course is very, very difficult and very strong, but also one of the reasons definitely may be a prize pool, and the first prize in this tournament is staggering 8,000 euros, which is compared to many other open tournaments, is a very high stake. And of course there are not only norms and tournament win rating pride, but also of course quite a significant financial part of this tournament. And of course we are very thankful to sponsors who made all this possible.
Yes, exactly. In general, I want to say there's more than 30,000 euros in prize money in this tournament, which is indeed a huge prize pool. And one of the female prizes, number one, in fact, is 1,200 euros, which is very rare for open tournaments, and also one of the reasons that I wanted to play myself. But when I saw Yip Carissa and Lea Garifulina and Alice Lee, I was like, wait a second. Maybe I should work on chess a little bit harder to try to compete there. However, yes, absolutely amazing tournament overall, yeah.
Definitely one of the nicest opens by all means, and of course we will keep an eye mostly on today's games. Also, before that, we also have say technical information that I checked the standings, and there are so many players actually who can. We kept talking about this, about the GM norms.
Yeah.
But indeed, there are several players who are on a very good way, in a very good position to score a GM norm in this tournament. And except Jakob Simon, we mentioned just shortly before, it's Marco Materia as well. Of course, he needs maybe to score a little bit more than 0 out of 2 for the GM norm. And also Dimitar Mardov is one who will fight for his chance. Patrick Cheslak, despite having not only, but of course 5 out of 7 is a very good result still, but he has a very good average, so he may fight for his for his GM norm. And Hasan Hussein Çelik, also from Turkey as well, and an Indian player Anuj is also having a very good performance. So there are many cases, and of course it's only round 7, so I could have missed someone.
Yeah.
Lea Garifulina, I'm sorry.
For example,
yes.
yeah.
And there may be others who, in case of a good score in last 2 rounds, may manage to get to GM norm. Not speaking about IM norms, which may be like a huge
completely
amount.
different, yeah.
Yes, and one more norm possibility is there. We mentioned Bonana several times. She is on 3.5 out of 7,
Yeah.
which is an extremely good score, and her performance is above 2,400 at the moment. So I guess that she is also one to watch out for norms, because maybe an IM norm, or in some cases, of course, and women international master at least, or women grandmaster norm. So yeah, I would remind you that Bodana is only 10 years. It's amazing how chess became younger. So she has a big future, we believe, in front of her. Lots of plays, but it's great that she came to compete in this tournament, because it really may help her, of course, to not only to gain some rating points, obviously, but also to learn to play strongest players, and indeed she had a good opportunity to do this tournament. So we can slowly get to the games. Board 1 probably is the one we need to start with, quite logically. Pavel Eljanov with white pieces against Jakob Simon, and we have a c4.
Okay.
And knight c3, knight f6, and g3. This move order. We didn't have this line exactly.
I think I cannot remember if Maxime also went c4 against Jakub.
Yes,
Something
he did.
similar
Yes,
happened.
I think, yes.
It was like opposite of Ursulima with reverse colors, something like that. So bishop b4 was played in that scenario. But here he decided to opt for c6, so changing. He didn't like the structure, I guess.
Maybe, well, you said yourselves that he was in trouble in that game, and the knight f3, e4, knight d4, queen b6, one of the very creative lines. I do believe that I have seen this line in Etienne Bacros's game, one of the players of a local club. And knight b3, and of course one of the French legends, we can already say it. You're still of course a very strong player. a5, knight a4, And we can see that both sides are not really bothered with opening principles till now. What would you say?
Yeah, that's a very interesting way of playing the opening phase, putting the queen out immediately, queen b6. Well, of course, if it's a line, it's a line, but going knight a4 here, it's basically asking some questions to Jakub if he wants to go back with the queen or going to b4, right?
I'm going to b4. I don't
Yeah.
know if something can happen to me.
Well,
Yeah, well, it can happen to me in commentary room, but usually, well, during the game, I would be more concerned about, because in the case white has to take care of the knight, right?
well, yeah, exactly. And knight d4 is something I would like to look at because, yeah.
So the queen is not, may not be very comfortable
Yeah.
here because, you can't really grab a pawn here, I think, because like after e3 it may also end up pretty badly for the queen. Let's just a sample line, something like queen b4, a3, queen, she go like e7 or something, and then knight b6.
Yes.
And suddenly we can grab a bishop on c8.
Yeah.
Not definitely not a way to continue for black. I would assume that some queen retreat elsewhere than b4 should be a better option, but yeah, well, I don't know what is, for instance, this and b5. No, b5 just okay. I don't know.
Well,
knight
b5
a4
was actually played once. Yeah, knight a4 is definitely not a common move. I think this is great preparation by Pavel. d3, I think, is the main line instead of knight a4. But yeah, this game. Oh, okay. Wait, these games like this have been played in 1976 and in 1964.
Early even for me.
Very, very early in chess development in general, I feel like. So definitely very, very interesting line. I am not... Yeah, knight a4, as you can see Jakub thinking... Yeah, d3 really after a5 is being the most played move. And then a4.
Yeah,
and
knight d2. There is line something like e3 or I believe there was some theoretical line. We may also bump into one of my games. I think I had a game against Chava Balog. I remember it because it was on my birthday.
Oh my!
So well, luckily I managed to not to lose it because my score on my birthday is it's not a very good one.
That's sad to play it on your birthday. I used to enjoy it very much, but then I stopped enjoying it.
Well, once the score goes the wrong way, you stop enjoying it. Some people say they are quite fine with it, but I believe that I won only once or twice in my life when playing on my birthday, so I'm not a big fan. Well, very interesting development. Knight a4, a way to surprise your young opponent. One thing I'd like to mention is that Pavel Eljanov actually lately he had a course, I think, on English with white. So maybe that's I'm not sure. I can't recall all the sidelines and he mentioned in his opening courses, but maybe it could be a part of preparation for Jakub here. To check what Pavel suggests, and it would be funny if he would suggest knight a4, for instance. There, so I have to admit that I don't remember this particular sideline.
Wow, that's definitely very interesting game ahead, and Pavel feels confident in his preparation. And one thing that I completely forgot to mention at the start of the stream was that every player gets a banana.
Oh yeah! Today we have a novelty from the organizers, and I think a very nice one. Yeah. We did speak about the main sponsor of the event, and he delivered big time today. Every player, imagine how many bananas were distributed today. A huge job for the organizers as well. Very well done. Very pleasant. I would say that all the players would appreciate. Yeah. And and maybe it will help us to have even more interesting games today.
Definitely, yes. It seems like even players on stage. We can see.
Detail,
We
it's
can see
confirmed.
details. Yeah, definitely. So Dole banana on every board here today, and definitely chess players. We need nutrition during the game. Our brains are working very hard, and bananas is one of our favorite way to keep our sugar and energy high. So definitely great. Great idea by CEO of Dole, who, by the way, will be joining us today very soon. Probably I did already ask in chat if they have any questions they should ask, but also we'll do that for YouTube chat. So if you have any questions, please write them and we can ask him anything.
Perfect. So let's take a look at board 2.
Yes.
Who will we feature?
Wow.
Jorden Van Foreest against Tigran Bryce
That
of
is-
USA.
Yeah.
One of the lines we didn't have maybe since the start of the tournament. Exchange variation in Rui Lopez. And interesting sideline, I have to say. Bishop E3 here. Not a very common way to face this. Well, knight bd2 is more common here, but of course we can't suspect Jordan that he didn't know that.
Yeah.
Bishop e3 he picked for maybe also as a surprise value. Bishop e3 is an interesting way to face this line. I believe that there are some
different ways, to continue.
very correctly, one of the lines goes bishop e7, knight d2,
Yeah.
bishop g4.
Knight d2. Well, instead of knight d2 c3, maybe it's been more common.
Maybe starting with c3.
Because of d4, yeah.
Yes,
your
c3, castle,
castle,
knight d2,
like this, yeah.
bishop g4,
Mhm.
and there are several lines
Knight
here, like
d4,
knight
yeah.
d4, d4, queen d5,
Yes.
for example.
Mhm.
I have to say that one of the reasons why I know about this island that I picked it myself not so long ago against Hrvoje Stevic in Croatian League, and there is, however, another idea by White here, and it's h3, I believe,
Oh.
and an exchange sacrifice. Knight takes d2,
Yeah, knight
h takes
d2,
g4,
yeah.
knight takes f1,
Absolutely.
and theory goes a little bit further here,
Mhm.
and was played by, I think that the first one to play this impractical game was Arjan Tare,
Oh, really?
and there were some other games by I think Mamed Yarov Makshudlu, and then some other ones, but definitely an interesting way from White to treat this. But
Yeah.
all this we won't see, unfortunately,
see.
because Bryce did go for a different move, and it's bishop c5. I have to say that I felt that this is not the most precise way from Black to treat this, but maybe, well, he played it rather quickly, so he maybe was not that surprised by bishop e3. Can't remember, obviously, all the moves Jordan played in his life, all the lines. So
I don't
so
know if
maybe
he can remember.
yeah, maybe he already tried this. So we maybe that's why Black was not so shocked by this development. But the rookie one did stop him for a while because he may not have expected this. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm trying to find if Jordan has something, had something like this on the board before, but I see mostly Galta Kamsky playing this type of positions. Oh, well, 2 times, it's not like many times have happened. Let me see if instead of rook e1, instead of rook e1, you...
Takes c5, usually knight d2, yeah. I guess
Or
it's-
apparently queen e2, queen d3 even being very common responses.
Oh.
And rook e1 being only 4th move.
Well, let's,
Definitely that makes sense. what he's
Yeah. Of
thinking.
course, it's also I believe that it was an idea from White to again to play something which is not completely common, and well, it's one of the decisive rounds of the tournament. Of course, it's very important for Jordan to try to win today's game in order to still be in contention for first place or top position. Well, in any case, in an open tournament, you will need to score well in last rounds because it's what matters the most. So let's leave our players here and move on to the next one. Jan Malek with white pieces had a very interesting game against Nils Grandelius yesterday. With well, happy ending for him, I guess, because position was at some point quite dangerous, but he managed to trick his way out, and in Nils's time trouble, managed to take home the whole point. Today he is facing another difficult opponent, Aydin Suleymanli, who yesterday played a very good game and very convincingly did beat Ortik Nigmatov. We can see Nimzo with knight f3 and h6. Very unusual move order, I have to admit. Well, not that h6 is not featuring in lately. No, there are for example, many games with knight f3, h6, for example. Here, first time I saw this was I think Fabiano Caruana's game against Erwin Lamy in German Bundesliga. Didn't end up well actually for Black, that particular one. But h6 is actually one of the ways to play this. Well, you can see how much opening theory has developed. So even this is possible. Well, we had a slightly different version of h6 here. Funnily enough, White was totally unimpressed by this, and actually you can see that he didn't spend any time with this. Maybe I did already try this, or maybe White did expect this turn of events and took on c5, pushing c6 quickly, changing the structure. Now and g3, quickly castling. Black, however, is not that quick here. He is really, maybe he did want to surprise White with h6, and it seems that it's the other way around. That he is the one who is being surprised by his opponent's preparation. But it's very unpleasant, I have to admit, that when you prepare an opening surprise and your opponent instead is blitzing out his moves, so you kind of start to adopt your idea.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of crazy. I'm trying to find games that were played, but after
c6,
c6 not. It's been only played twice. One of them being Materia Marco, who is playing in this tournament.
Funny.
So I'm thinking that Jan Malek maybe was aware of this because he was either preparing for Materia or he was, I don't know, checking his games. You never know. And the other second game would be between Ma Yun and Yu Yangi, actually. So Yu Yangi with black pieces. Definitely just 2 games. And I'm surprised that Jan Malek knows his theory so well.
Well, yeah, these young players, of course, they are very good in modern opening theory. They memorize very well. So of course this could be one of the lines what he accidentally looked at. And also some of them, they have very good coaches. We mentioned this in one of the previous streams. The fun fact is that Pavel Eljanov had a camp with young Polish players. The camp included Jakub Simon, Jan Malek, I think Krzysztof Raczek and Patryk Cieślak, plus some couple of others. Very interesting. You can now see, especially that adds up some spice to a board one game today. But in any case, Pavel, I said several times here, he is a top coach, and is one of the most famous coaches out there. And not only these young kids, they can memorize theories, they work a lot on chess, but also they have very good coaches. So this is a way to do it, guys. You can see that's why they are, maybe one of the reasons why they are on top boards. And we can see most of them playing very good chess here. And also I have to mention, we have a detail on Jan Malek's, it was very short detail, but we could see him on Jan Malek's shirt, which I like.
I didn't see it. Can we check it?
It reminds me of some shirt I've seen recently.
Of your shirt?
Yeah, I think it's like
you-
almost the same.
Do you have the same shirt?
Yeah, I do believe that it really looks very similar
Does
to
it?
me.
It
Yeah.
really does. Yeah, well, so I guess I
I
don't
saw
know, some
the
telepathy going
sign
on today.
at the back, and I
Ah.
think it's also the same brand. But
Okay.
in any case, well, I will be definitely rooting for
keep
Jan Malik
shopping
here.
advice
That's
from each other.
well, different size though. I guess. but in any case, his opening preparation is on top. I definitely yes. There
I
is.
love that.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Etienne,
Etienne.
for big detail on both of us.
Oh my
And yes, we do not go shopping together, but probably just have a very similar
That's
taste.
cute. That's
So let's take a look at another contender
Okay.
on GM Nor Marco Materia. Yesterday we actually left at the moment when he was trying to defend, well, trying very successfully and effortlessly, seemingly defended the bishop and the rook, rook and the bishop against the rook endgame, which kept him in good chances for well, a good result and his GM norm. In his case, I don't know. I'm not so good in mathematics, but I believe that some performance around 1.5 out of 2 would bring him a norm. Maybe even one or out of 2 is somewhere around 2600s per floor.
slightly
at the
below,
moment.
right?
Yeah,
Wow.
I mean around there. So he may have to try to score 1.5 out of 2. So in any case, we can take a look what happened here. So we do have Slav or some. This is also,
mix-up.
if I remember correctly, this is called a Moscow variation as well. And
Okay. Let's.
and the white.
See?
This is this was quite a common way of treating this position. White is giving up his black squared bishop, but gets some development advantage in return. Black is quite solid. Bishop on g7, and then will be trying to push either e5 or c5. Well, e5 looks more realistically now than c5 because white did concentrate. Well, king h8 is a good prophylactical move because actually when, of course, as I've said, e5, the g6 pawn may be hanging somewhere, in the process. I'm not sure if immediately there's no problem here, but queen takes g6 is going to be the one which he has to watch out for. And I think we can go for a very short break at the moment, just in order to have our guest for today we promised you. So we will making a small technical break, and we'll be back very soon.
At Dole, bananas are more than just a healthy snack. They're a healthy business. We're proud to be the #1 banana brand, bringing consumers a variety of fresh farm picks from Guatemala, Honduras, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Mexico, and around the world. Hardy plantains, sweet reds, the popular Cavendish. Whether we're working on the farm or innovating through research, we're constantly exploring ways to improve, package, and deliver our fan-favorite fruit.
Welcome back, everybody. We are, instead of, we have a very valuable guest here, David Benezra. Welcome, David. We are very happy to, well, it's not like we didn't want you to come to the studio before, but you were very busy, of course, and there were lots of things with how people organize. So you are the main face behind the organization of the tournament. So welcome.
Yes. Thank you. Very happy to be with you, Sergei. I followed the whole week while I was away or working or whatever the tournament and inside the hall, of course. So I'm happy to take some minutes to be with you to chat about our tournament.
Right. Can you tell us a little bit about how the idea of supporting such a tournament or creating such a fantastic event came to your mind?
It's many years that in Aix-en-Provence there is a chess school. We have a lot of teams playing in several divisions up to top 16, and we have had for years in this same play hall Blitz and Rapid in May generally. It's during many years we had a lot of grandmasters coming, French, local people. And we started to organize really a close tournament for Maël Boyer some years ago for him to get his first norms. We have in the club a culture of supporting young players to reach their dreams, let's say it like this, but basically to reach their norms and to progress. And Maël was a bit the first one, and that's when we started to welcome grandmasters for these closed events. That was before COVID, the first ones. Then the tournament grew bit by bit, and thanks to a nice agreement with the Pasino of Aix-en-Provence and the city, we were able to have this play hall, and it came like this to organize something. Of course, I have a lot of people with me in the club, and overall Yannick Ottoli, the French grandmaster, the strong player. Who has deep knowledge of chess, deep knowledge of organization, and he knows a lot of people too. So that helps to make the things happen.
Well, definitely one of the greatest. We did say it several times, and I repeat it once more. It wasn't hard. From my point of view, one of the greatest venues for such a big open tournament. The playing hall is very comfortable for. It's one of the rare cases when I little bit envy players, but we are also very comfortable in the commentary room as well. A small difference between from the other rounds. Today you prepared a surprise for everyone. I guess it was a pleasant surprise. Maybe not a shocking one completely, considering the fact we know which company you work for. Paul, great idea to have bananas for every player.
Yeah, I see it still on the tables for some of them. But yes, it was a demand, by the way, from many of our Indian friends, players who don't like to make the chocolate snacks and these kind of things. So we asked for fruit, and I went in one of my depots to take some boxes for today. And it's something I think we'll do more in the future to simply put bananas for everyone. It's healthy habit.
Oh, definitely. It's a good one. We have bananas everywhere. We can see our master of technical things, Etienne, also putting even a banana on the screen occasionally. So great job, of course, from a camera point of view. Well, tell us maybe a little bit about if there are any plans. Of course, it's always having such a big tournament. It's very complicated for organization, but for let's say, well, I believe that next year you have already some ideas in mind. What would you like to Well, hard to say if there is anything to improve much, but if you are planning to have a similar tournament or maybe some other things, except you already said that maybe bananas will be more often to see.
That's a detail. No, I think what is for sure is that we want to keep the standards like this, meaning that everyone plays on a wood board down to the last seed tournament. So whether you're on the first or the last board of the tournament, you have the same conditions. I think it's important for us. Same thing in terms of space. This year we had demand for about 700 players, and we stopped very early the listing to 450. That will not change. Maybe a bit more, maybe, but I think to play in good conditions. That comes also from my experience as an amateur player, where sometimes you really don't enjoy. You can enjoy the game, but you don't enjoy where you play, how it is played. So that will not change. That's the standard. The city came, the mayor came. They offered a very big play hall in the outskirts of the city, where you can have really a lot of more people. But I'm not sure. We love here the Pasino. The people of the place are also very helpful, very nice always. The players like it. Let's not forget it's summer in the Mediterranean. It's hot outside. Even if this year we are not suffering too much, but it can be very, very warm like last year. And here inside you don't feel that at all. It's everything perfectly settled. So no, we'll try to keep the standards, that's one. To have the same kind of chess offer, but most probably we would like to organize things around now. Some masterclass probably. We are lucky to have very strong grandmasters with specifics. So there are a lot of ideas around chess to make the week even more a big party around that.
That's a great plan, I'd say. And so to keep such a standard, of course, it would be already a bit of a challenge. But as I can see, compared to the last year, also she didn't change many things.
No,
and I think that players by coming, they show their appreciation, and the tournament is becoming really one of the must play, if we can say, for any strong player. I think for young players this is a fantastic possibility to try to fight for their GM norms.
Yes.
For example, last year we had many GM norms, and it seems that we may have.
Did you check? I'm curious to know.
We started the stream actually by this because several players on the stage who are at the stage we are looking at. One of them, Jakub Siman, is also one of the biggest contenders for a GM norm, but there are, I think, 5 more who are at the moment, at least what I checked by results, they are at the moment really close, or at least they have very good chances to score a GM norm, and there may be more of them because it's still 2 rounds to go, including today. So some of them who will score 2 out of 2, they may catch up very last moment, and I'm not talking about IM norm even. And we will see. Of course, it will be very interesting. I think most of those players, they know why they came, and it seems that they did correctly. At least they can now. They have a chance in many opens. It's very difficult even to come to a chance to score a GM norm. And here, one of the huge advantages of this tournament is, of course, this possibility as well. Generally, of course, as we have the policy of having a tournament with limited rating floor. It's also very important. I would mention that there is it's nice for the players because it's obvious that they will have a stronger opposition, so they are not facing a problem of playing let's say a very low rated player, which hurts the norm chances
for sure.
But on the other hand, you have also tournaments for everybody here,
yes.
So everybody can play, everybody can enjoy this, can go see strong grandmasters by their own eyes.
Yeah.
And
we have been unfortunately for some players, of course, but very strict with the boundaries of the tournaments. Of course, we had many demands to play the master, which is the bigger tournament today. About 300 players, and we stopped more or less to 300. But Yannick and I, we didn't allow really anyone. We had a free exception, very young players, or someone from the club forever for 3 points. But for the rest, the limit is there, and we try to keep it like this, as well as the number of rounds, 9 rounds, 9 days. It allows, from our point of view, also. Well, to enjoy the city first, to enjoy the mornings, to have a bit of time, but also to play maybe with more chances of preparation and sleep and your tournament. So all these things is what I said that will not change for sure in next year. By the way, the tournament next year will be in the same period, it will be the same week. I think we have found our place in the calendar now.
yes, I would definitely say that this is one of the times where, when of course there are several tournaments, it's impossible to avoid any clashes. But I think Aix-en-Provence becomes a priority for many players. We can see that already some of them, they are here repeatedly. So some they played last year and they came for more. Well, we definitely will be looking forward also to the next year as well.
Yeah.
You talked about the club a little bit. Can you? Well, I know that last year the club, your club, did qualify for the highest division.
Yes.
In
Top 16.
France,
Yes.
and immediately you are very successful. Of course, there are many strong teams, but for a young club to have a medal in the first year, are you content with this,
Yeah.
or you are going for more?
No, I'm very happy. The vice president of the club, Jean-Louis, is I would say we divide a bit what we do in the club. That's the strength of our club, and he's a lot into the top 16. No, we're very happy, very pleased. We are a strong team, but with an excellent spirit. Young people. It was led by Yannick, Jorden, nice guys, and strong grandmasters. We mix of young and experience, of course. We have Etienne back row with us. So, no, of course, definitely good names. And yeah, we were a bit the newcomer, a challenger, a serious challenger. We made a final of the cup also. It's 2 years it's 2 times in 3 years. If we can go for more, we'll go for more. And of course, bit by bit, I think we structure the things. We have 2 players who join us for next year, strong players to help the team to perform better. But it's not an absolute must. If we don't do it, well, we don't do it. There are very strong teams in front of us. Chartres is, of course, by far still the bigger club at this level in France, with a lot of big talents and big names, French strong players from Maxime to all of them playing there. So if we can bother them a bit, we will be there for sure. And if eventually there is a chance, we'll take it.
It's a great attitude. I think that what you said before, also that the basic idea of having this tournament was to help young players from the club to score norms and to play against strong players. So it seems that you are with this open, you widened a bit to not only players from your club, but also giving chances to other players, to not only French players but also international participants. It's great because it's very generous. I would say that this is not not an approach of every open tournament organizer, and it's a great experience to see such a strong field. And I believe that maybe next year also when you build up such a great name, then slowly but surely also top players may also be attracted to play here. I know that many Opens did like this. Maybe Gibraltar, we could mention that actually it became very prestigious to play there. So I do strongly believe that Aix-en-Provence may become one of those top tournaments, because there are not so many of these absolute top events in here. And hearing about the organization, hearing about the playing conditions, place itself, I guess this is just all of this is a great thing. And we can hope for even I don't know, everything else is perfect, so then maybe to even the field, if becomes even a little bit more stronger,
that will be pleasure.
You will not
be very nice.
again.
No, why sure not. We'll try.
So by this we can already invite you guys for next year's edition. Definitely those of you who missed out on this year from some reason, at least there is a possibility to watch streams, which are very interesting, I think, for lots of people. We hope so, at least. And that's also a part of such a strong tournament, to have solid commentary,
exactly.
Fully. So we are thankful for the chance as well. And is there something which would you like to add, because
just to finish, I want to thank the players. There is an excellent ambience, I have to say. People are very respectful. 43 different nationalities. It's very international, very nice, very young. That's a pleasure to see chess played like that, to this level, with this consistency, I would say. Thanks to the delegation who came from Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Israel, USA. You have a lot of countries which are strongly represented, even Japan. So that's a pleasure for us to see this multicultural event happening. And thank you, Sergei. Thanks to Laura. As I said before, I connect every day to the stream. I think it goes also with it participates to the excellency of the tournament, to have technical and chess commented like that. It's also what we want, to have fun, but also at least for me, to learn something when I watch you, and that's every day the case.
I'm happy to hear this, and of course, thanks very much for nice words. And we now, of course, you are very busy, we know, and we are thankful that you found time.
And you have interesting games to
we have
follow,
everything, of course, but you also need to know about the tournament. So it was great to have you here, and we hope that that not only people watching the streams, they would get an itch to come next year to Aix-en-Provence.
You're welcome to this beautiful city.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will be going for a short break again, and then we will follow up with the game commentaries mostly. Thank David again, and
thank you, Sergei.
Thank you.
See you soon.
welcome back to round number 8 out of 9 rounds. We had just some great insights from David, CEO of Dole, who confirmed that there's gonna be next year editions, I heard.
Definitely, and even the dates are out, which is very nice to hear. You guys can start planning, and I definitely will be putting this into my calendar. Let's, but of course, our main dish for today is still round 8 of the Open, where we remind you that Pavel Eljanov is leading by the field by half of a point. Jakub Seaman of Poland half a point behind of him, and then the rest of the guys are hoping to get their shot at the overall win in the tournament. That would of course require certain result on board 1, but let's see how far our players get. I would believe that today's round is going to be very tense. Of course.
Yeah, especially these players with white pieces will really try to score today, because then tomorrow with black pieces in morning rounds, chess players in morning rounds, you never know how that works out at the end. So definitely, Pavel will try.
Well, also we have to remind you, in case we forget to do this at the end of today's stream, tomorrow's round is starting in the morning, 9:30. So you can set up your alarm clocks already, because I think that it may be slightly different, because you need to change a bit of your you have a certain setup for a tournament, but of course the last round in the morning is not always the most pleasant thing for people who sleep more. So but it's going tomorrow. So today we still have a whole round which did start at the regular time at 2:30, and we will check on board 1.
Let's go.
Where knight a4 we left here. Jakub did decide didn't want to go for queen b4 testing Pavel's prep, and instead went for queen d8. c5, very principled way of treating this position. White suggests that he wants to block black structure a bit, but black didn't want to stay back and went for d5 anyway, suggesting that cd6 is not really what White's plan was. I don't think
so, yeah. And Pavel immediately also responded with d4, supporting the pawn on c5. This knight will land on b6, but doesn't do much there now, so maybe not yet, right?
Yeah, well, the structure is there's a pawn chain. We do have some very unusual structure, I would say, because black's a5 wouldn't seem too logical, of course, if it would be done now, but of course the opening did unfold slightly differently. So a very interesting position. I would prefer white here, because we'll finish development, and the structure on the queen side does look a bit healthier to me, especially because of the a5 pawn and weakness of b6 square. So white needs to finish development, of course, but then he can concentrate on the a5 pawn. Some ideas like bishop d2, and then queen e1, hitting the a5 pawn may become imminent. Of course, first white needs to castle.
Bishop g2 castle, bishop d2, queen e1 seems like logical continuation, and okay, that's Seaman definitely needs to think about his future decisions, but okay, Pavel is first turn. I guess I would assume that bishop g2 is the one, and we have a nice surprise for David. It's homemade honey. We can disclose this. Those who watched last year, you may know this. I know how it tastes even, because I had one last year, and it's an awesome one, and the one.
That's one for Maxime.
One for Maxime also. Oh, well, you see, it's such advantages. Next time we come, there's the whole family. Thank you, David, very much. Honey is fantastic, I have to say.
I have to try it, and we will come back to.
I would. Thank you
Yeah,
once
thank you
more.
so much.
So a great input from our CEO, of Dole Chess. It's well, not chess. Like this Dole Chess, of course,
We'll become a CEO of chess.
renamed the company. But of course, this is one of the things which makes this tournament also a very enjoyable experience. Okay, we'll let Pavel consider Bishop G2, which seems to be the most natural move at the moment, but of course he can play something else as well. Oh, things did change on the board too, where
Okay, have they? That
we
much?
left Rook after Rook E1. Well, didn't know this move too much, but Black did respond with short castle, Bishop takes C5, and C3 happened, and Black did decide to go for a pawn sacrifice here, which is quite interesting. It's well, typically happens in these positions, but I wasn't sure that this was obviously this is a position which both players are not very familiar with.
It works, so he definitely, Bryce Tiglan did definitely calculate very well here, because the sacrifice definitely works, making doubles on the b file, and bishop, apparently b4 here with black pieces instead of bishop g4 was even more challenging.
Very interesting. Blocking the pawn on b3. And actually taking control over knight over the c3 square, when knight and queen d5 next is probably coming, or bishop d5. Very interesting positional sacrifice would that be? Well, it is anyway.
Yeah, we still
and
have
bishop g4 maybe not the most accurate, but still white has to come up with d5.
Bishop f3 is a threat, and d5 of course seems like a natural response.
Maybe knight e7 actually. Yeah. Because after knight c3 there's still b4.
b4, yeah.
And d6.
d6.
Yeah, we'll keep on. And
we can now consider taking with the queen. I don't think that's an issue, but okay, pawn. Let's start with the pawn,
Yeah, also I was worried about this pawn.
We were worried.
Yeah, and like bishop f3 maybe. Oops, maybe not here. Can I do this?
Can you do this actually? Take on e7.
Maybe I can do this or no. Yeah, I can do this. I can do this. Well, if you d7,
I get nothing.
Bishop takes d1.
I get nothing.
You queen and rook f d8, and then also b3 is hanging. So yeah, no advantage. Yeah, definitely no advantage for white. So this works.
So this works.
And then if you have to take back with the queen on f3. Then I take on d6.
Yeah, you take on d6, definitely. And
all good.
Oh, if only I could play rook d1 here, but I cannot, so that's a bit of a bummer. Yeah, of course. I would like to play this, and then we would have a different scenario. I think, well, would be okay for white, definitely, but yeah, in this scenario, no.
Yeah, and
if I take with a pawn...
On f3.
I know he didn't play it. He played d5.
Played d5. We made... But then... I can keep chasing your pawn by knight c8.
Yeah, that's
go d7 and knight b6. Knight b6 and d7 is falling, and we are. Black may be quite happy with white pawn structure. Yeah, but d5 happened, so we will see if knight e7, because knight b4 doesn't look like a way to proceed. I would believe that.
Yeah, because knight c3 then would solve all the problems. And apparently after knight e7 also, knight c3 still solves all the problems. Bishop f3, I think it's the best way to continue, yes.
Yes, that came to mind, because knight e4 actually, and now white has to protect 2 squares, plus the queen is under attack. So it's very difficult, plus d5 pawn in case of queen d3.
Yeah, exactly. But I would prefer to keep my d5 than d3, you know? So queen e4.
True, yeah, queen e4, yeah.
To
go.
Rook e3, c5.
Very funny position, but this looks good for white actually. If I manage to maintain this pawns d5 e5, looks very promising.
Yep, I think this is nice for white as well.
But knight e7, knight c3 is
apparently knight c3.
And after b4, d6 now?
Yeah, that's how you go for it.
Okay,
that's the way.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it's what black a little bit underestimated, but he
Wait,
takes on
bishop
f3.
f3. Oh, okay.
Yeah, knight d4. We will have the position after queen f3.
Well,
Knight
here
d4.
knight b4 is also an option I saw actually.
Yeah, knight c2 and knight takes d5 for double attack.
Well, yeah, exactly. So knight c2 attacking two rooks at the same, and we have knight b4. Maybe slightly.
The funny point is this: that
we have a draw.
actually chasing.
Rook a2, knight b4, rook a3 is improving.
Now can I go to a5 and or sacrifice it on a3 somehow?
That's what I was trying to do actually, but
Yeah,
it seems a bit
sure.
weird to do so. In fact, after knight b4, we still might go knight e4. Queen e4, sorry,
Queen e4.
e4, which is crazy because allowing knight d5, rook d1, c6. Apparently going knight c3 and this pawn structure is apparently more comfortable for white. Not a lot, I'm talking about slight advantage.
Oh, the thing is that also black has some ideas after a5, a4, needs to move the queen, but white has some time to controlling the d file and
by b4 as well,
yes,
we stop this way. But again, maybe not something Jorden wants to do. He has some choices to make after knight b4, yeah?
Yeah, obviously he will consider his options here, including some exchange sacrifices. But we'll see if it's gonna happen. Jan Malek did impressively react to black's surprising h6 in the opening. So let's see if the guys did slow down a bit. Bishop e7 was the last move we saw. a3, take on c3, queen c3, c5. So black wants to justify exchange of his black squared bishop by improving his structure. And white immediately destroys it by going b4, rook c8. And of course, if white would manage to finish the development comfortably, then it would be much better even. But it needs to solve some very direct ideas for black. Is there any good square for the queen here?
Yeah, I feel like Aydin already had an isolated pawn before. Was it in the French? I'm not sure. Okay. We started to work,
The right encouragement.
Yeah, and I think he does feel comfortable playing these type of positions. However, with bishop on g2, of course, everything is different. And there's also no bishop pair for black. However, yes, this rook on c8, slightly uncomfortable. But does black really have a threat in this situation? Can I just develop my bishop? I don't know. Bishop e3, I don't know. Thinking about something like this.
e3, and I need to check all the knight jumps. Where do you go after this?
Before, b2 seems a bit weird because of
some knight a4 ideas. B4, a5.
Yeah, then I have to go to b5 or b2. Yeah.
B5 maybe it's bishop a6
or bishop a6. Okay, let's go to b2.
Yes, b2 is.
Oh, bishop e3 is on the board. Oh, okay. We might see. Yeah, now Aydin has to calculate all the knight jumps.
Yes, but it's more natural to jump with f6 knight because c5 looks very comfortable. He wants to go to some, keep the option of knight b3. So knight fe4 would look
natural. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it would look more tempting to me to go for knight fe4 than any other jump there, but. We don't. Of course, we can't calculate all the consequences, and let's leave into to his thoughts here, and something different. Marco Matteo, and this is developing very interestingly. Very interestingly, King h8 we left because we just wanted to explain that a g6 pawn may need some extra protection, and Aydin is going knight fe4.
Okay.
Yeah, we expected this to happen, and Marco did make also a prophylactical move, rook e1, f5, like not only preparing e5 technically, but also f5.
Wow.
And e5 follows, trying to open the position. Logically, when you have bishop pair, you want to try to play for some activity. White blocks the movement of black e5 pawn, f4,
Okay.
and now we have some kind of a very strange King's Indian
Yep.
type position where, well, black pawn on d6 is obviously missing, and white has, on the other hand, lacks black squared bishop. So he did try to put some extra pressure on e5 pawn,
Okay.
but black
Just
responds with a5.
It's so simple, really.
Yeah,
Not even g5.
Yes, the idea probably was that here white wanted to go for this,
And that is,
and also the
yeah.
g6 would be hanging suddenly. And that's why black actually started some action on the queen side instead.
No.
a5, the idea
E4
is
is a
there
big
is threat, of course, and asks white if he is willing to go for a4 himself.
Would you be? Probably yes. I don't see any
Or
issue,
A3.
no? Or a3, simple.
Just, a5 has an extra idea, maybe that after b5, which wouldn't be possible here.
Yeah.
In b5 here,
Yeah, of
well,
course.
I also from knight takes e5
Yeah.
reason, but also white has knight a5 idea.
Yeah.
After a5, he has not. So maybe like an extra option to have it in mind
And-
afterwards.
Yeah, and can I ask you if I still take on e5, knight c takes e5, and then I take with a knight again?
Yeah, you want to
Yeah.
change this.
I'm wondering about this position.
But this seems to be okay for black. No,
For black,
what do you think?
also for white, no? Which
Yeah,
is-
but then we have
You
to keep
prefer-
in mind that I think Marco needs to score 1.5 out of
Oh.
2 for his GM norms.
Oh.
So maybe I don't say that
Okay.
necessarily is the most important thing in his calculations, but
Yeah.
but I believe that he may consider this important because we're playing for a win tomorrow with black pieces may not be so easy. And Etienne is very experienced.
Yeah.
We had him last year here. He was fighting for first place. Yes, he had a shot on winning the tournament with white pieces, but lost against winner Pramesh in last round, and it was. Of course, he
Hard
came
break
very
for
close.
him, yeah. Hard
but
break
he
for
came
him.
very
He's gonna
close.
try again.
Maybe, never know. And of course, today he's. I believe that he's aware of Marco's situation, so he knows that maybe White is not gonna be very happy with the simplifications. So maybe that's one of the reasons. I mean, it's definitely a valid strategy to kind of use some small psychological advantage which White's tournament situation gives him, but well, of course, it may also be completely irrelevant for him.
Yeah,
as
maybe
well.
maybe sometimes you just have to be objective and say, okay, I'm just gonna play some objective chess and not think about what my opponent wants or what I want. And also, I think Marco needs to be objective and not be too.
Not to try to sacrifice
For
half of the board and try to win. So of course
Exactly.
it's
hard.
a game.
Though,
It's
but
still
yeah.
at the moment very interesting, quite a dynamic position which can go both ways. Leonov Mendoza is playing Dimitar Mardov. Dimitar is one of the players who may have a shot on GM norm. Maybe that's one of the reasons why yesterday he was not, let's say, overly ambitious maybe in his opening approach against Jorden Van Foreest. Today he is black against another rating favorite. So we have Joe Copiano. I haven't seen this for a while, I guess.
Been some rounds.
And one of those more aggressive systems from white side, pushing b4, a4 very quickly. Black has usually a choice of pushing either a5 or a6. But here, in this move order, when he went for an early h6, the choice is a little bit limited because on a5, b5 would not be so great. May just lose the pawn on a5 on e5.
Simple as that.
So in a6, rook e1, d6, H3, just a typical way. Knight E7, we have seen this maneuver in Pavel Eljanov's game once here in the second round, I think. And the knight goes to G6, and white decided to open up the center by going D4, or at least challenge the center. Black responded by a typical idea, taking on E4, using the fact that after D5 here he claims the piece, and the white goes for bishop D3, D4, bishop takes E4, and
another isolated pawn with here on D4, bishop on the board. Okay, definitely this bishop on A7 is kind of stuck, but will eventually come out through C6, bishop B8 if he will need to come out.
Yeah, well, the question is if to go C6 immediately.
Yeah, it's a question.
Yeah, but maybe D5 maybe unpleasant. Just maybe very very unpleasant here because it seems to be symmetrical.
But
the B7 square is a bit vulnerable. Yeah, we want to go rook B8. That doesn't look very tempting.
But they have to, right? I mean,
yeah, it seems so. But also, it's not very clear where do you want to develop your bishop afterwards. Also, D5 is not forced by any means. So after C6, white may choose a different way to continue, but I like D5.
Yeah, bishop E6 will come otherwise, and then we also exchange this bishop. Oh no, sorry, bishop E6 is not possible because of
not bishop E6.
Actually.
I mean bishop D7 is maybe an idea. Can I maybe start with something like queen D3? Just trying to knight on G6.
Yep, you are challenging me. Queen F6. But okay. I cannot go bishop to knight F4 would then be an option.
Yeah, like just little less than D5.
Yeah, maybe no need.
But in any case, black is gonna consider his C6 here because looks like a very natural move to make. But
I think we will see C6 D5. I think this is a very healthy scenario. Engine instead of D5 would even suggest something like Rook A3.
Oh yeah, oh that can
a fun way. And then just bishop D7, bishop B2, and slowly making something out of the position, but I think D5 is so natural. Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
Definitely. Let's leave it there.
Vital Borukhovsky, who is making, I believe, his first appearance on online boards, an experienced player from Israel, a member of a national team, and also a very solid grandmaster, is playing white against Jaime Santos, who is in aggressive mood, I guess, because went for neither bishop D3, G6, F3. This is one of the systems which became quite popular recently, in the last couple of years. And frankly, if I would have seen this in my childhood, I would believe that white has not studied well the opening part and plays some very, very unnatural, strange moves. But nowadays with engines, you can see that all of this is quite possible and maybe not even such a bad idea to challenge neither. So black did start with G6, but then reconsidered, let's say, well, sorry, I went G6, but I probably can, still do the normal plan.
Yeah.
G6 and then bishop E7. Maybe not logical follow-up, but white also did bishop D3, F3. Well, so maybe not such a big deal. Interesting, psychologically, if you go G6 and then bishop E7 somehow,
I tricked you, but now we have a witness. I mean, also he played D5, so D6 is kind of a weakness, and with bishop E7 we are protecting it. However, bishop H6, was on the board.
F4. And White wants to play aggressively as well. Yeah, well, Borukhovsky, he likes to take his time. He's quite kind of your club. Likes to get to some time troubles, which give his fans Definitely some headaches. But here we're quite early in the game, of course. 17 moves. We can see Avatar in our detailed view camera. And the shirt is just for this weather, I would say.
Perfect. Yeah. He's in the spirit of Aix-en-Provence. You know, it is summer, and well, maybe he's staying for some more vacation days after the tournament. You never know. It's definitely a nice place to play chess, a nice place to be in general. But in this position, after knight h5, not so much vacation in his thoughts.
Yeah,
because a lot of
something
possibilities
first.
here.
And well, you don't want to give up this bishop, no?
Exactly. Well, first of all, okay, I can consider knight e6. Second of all, I can consider bishop e3. Okay, he's ready to make a move.
Knight takes e6.
I don't think we take the knight,
takes
no?
e5. No, he takes a
Okay. Yeah, so definitely taking on e5, probably not recommendable, because then also knight f4 is coming.
He's gonna move the bishop.
Oh, yeah, bishop e3 looks healthy. What else can I do here? Okay, that actually taking on e6 is now stopping from knight d5 ideas, but okay, it's not the biggest issue in the world. Bishop h6, what do you think about bishop h6?
Yeah, it's similar to, I mean, bishop h6, the only thing you have to
knight g4,
check knight g4. But there's a question if I can do this. Oh, he takes on e5 also.
Oh.
Takes on e5 while going for 2 exchanges in a row.
Interesting.
Yeah, after... you want to go bishop e2 or something like this?
Okay, let's...
Or...
What is his plan actually after these 2 exchanges?
Yeah, I would believe that he's gonna play something quickly now.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that after making 2 exchanges, now okay, maybe if you're a part of my club here, you think for 2 more minutes to double check.
But it looks like
Queen
he
f2.
He has calculated this as this line. Most likely, his idea is.
Well, bishop b5 is a threat, I understand. But after rook f8, I'm not sure where we go, yeah?
Here, obviously.
Duh. That looks like a weird square for a queen.
No, that's most natural square.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe not the most natural, but I like it.
Yeah, it is an interesting square because bishop c5 would be followed by queen a6, and my queen is coming out.
And if you are going to something like this, then I can go queen b7 and queen aiming for c6 even, you know, and e6, and keeping the threats of bishop takes b5 still.
Okay.
Maybe putting some pressure on black actually completely, but
okay, yeah, apparently rook f8 is completely healthy move. Even bishop c5 here, allowing queen f7.
Queen f7.
Yeah.
Scary, I don't want to do that.
But okay, when you see this, you realize it's just one check, and because why did give up a black square?
Well, there is an important side idea here that bishop c5 allows queen h4 and knight g3, which it's not so obvious.
Okay.
At the first glance,
well,
at least.
Yeah, that's true.
So I would believe that rook f8 is more natural and more likely to be played.
Yeah, definitely.
Right. So this is an interesting position for sure.
Yep.
And Ortig Nigmatov is playing Brendan Jacobson. Both players lost yesterday, and in order to fight for best final standings or final positions, both of them they would need to win today's game.
Yeah.
And which will not be possible, most likely. And we have another Rossolimo or Rossolimo attempt. And black decided to go for d6, and we had some similar line here when I think Kotomaharu was trying to mate his opponent by sacrificing on e4, but this is slightly different. And Ortig, it's funny, of course, because yesterday he did face Amaro Tsibind against Aydin, so he likes us.
So he was like, okay, I suffered a lot, now
let's do this with white
this
now.
with our opponent, yeah.
It's slightly different because black has kept the bishop, and
well,
direct hit c5.
Didn't expect this. Usually you would prepare slowly, some, like you said, b3, a3, I don't know, rook d1, very slow prep.
I still like this move. No, I mean this is a square which is protected, maybe seemingly the most in black's position, and you still put your pawns there. Of course, it's thanks to tactical possibilities. Rook c5, knight b3, or queen c5, knight
e6, I guess.
e6 or e6.
Oh, yeah,
E6.
you can choose your poison.
Yeah. So dc5 is kind of more or less a forced move. Knight b3, and then putting the knight on c5 and going for b4.
Wow.
Very interesting. Some activity from white side. He may consider also going for a4, b5. In the, this exchange may be in white's favor, but generally I would think that if black makes some normal moves here, that should not be in trouble, like queen b8, rook d8, and putting something like this, and preparing rook d8 and the retreat of the bishop to e8. That looks like a solid option for black. But of course, white may not push a4, b5 necessarily.
Yeah, like I have to say that Engine preferred white's position before c5. And here, rook d8, for example, white would apparently wants to go knight b3, actually. a4 would be apparently not a good move, because knight d7 is then the way to challenge.
Okay, I wanted to put my queen to some safe.
First, but maybe not needed.
But maybe it's just no need to be afraid of ghosts. Let's check on next board. It's Chen Kui B against Sao Vetochin, the Chinese player. Facing young FIDE player from Russia. So we have some not the Joko piano. 2 knights.
Well, what's it?
Bishop e7. This is a different setup, of course, than bishop c5.
Yeah.
Black does go for a classical top a3. Well, more common is a4 here. This is like
correct.
A big opening theory, for example, knight a5, bishop a2, c5, c3, and then white can come up with knight a3, and so on. a3 is an interesting move. The point is that actually if black goes for the same setup, then of course white's a3 would be more preferable than a4.
Yeah. Also, b4 immediately opens up the position.
It's become a bit of a tricky move, this a3. I remember that once also used this a3 because I liked the idea. And it's not so challenging, but at least it kind of forces black to come up with something of their own, or let's say play it differently than some theory he would. And the black is accepting the challenge, going for a5, which looks very interesting. Never seen this. Maybe it could be a novelty, but of course some development. It's not like a3 is the most common move in this position, but still a5 seems to be even less.
Sava already played this against Velimir Ivic, actually. So that's funny. So he's actually repeating his preparation. Let me see how that game continued after a5. It was also h3, h6, knight c3, bishop e6, b3 was played by Ivic, actually.
It may strike very strange to make a move like b3, but the thing is that black may not avoid the exchange anyway, so b3 is just delaying an exchange and just making b takes e4 possible.
True.
So instead he played bishop e3. After d5, some exchanges, but then bishop b5 gets threatening to take on c6 and gain an e5 pawn.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that's a threat. Queen
d6 and c4, an aggressive approach from black. From white, sorry.
Yeah.
Bishop e6, c5, continuing the...
Ooh.
And bishop b5, it's kind of...
Is it draw?
kind of... yeah. Well, I don't know if it's a draw. It's a draw for or not, but in a way, white shows that he's okay with repetition at the moment, and maybe also a psychological trick a bit just to ask black if he is okay with a draw or he would like to take risks.
That's
Because
true.
I'm not sure, if you need to protect an e5 pawn.
Yeah,
If
so you go f6 for
go
example.
f6 and maybe d4,
Uh-huh.
maybe.
And you just maybe, huh? Maybe.
I don't know if this is so great, but I'm in the mood to experiment a bit.
Okay, here I could also play bishop d5 maybe, but f5 seems logical. I agree.
Yeah, f5. Well, I wanted to go knight c4 here, but maybe it's just not the knight f5. Knight e5 is not such a big of a threat. Okay, what does he want to do after
Interesting.
f6?
Yeah, that's a good question. Queen a4, but not with maybe same idea rook d1, d4, but slower. Because what does black really do is the question.
Bishop d5.
Bishop d5, okay.
The knight d2. Well, in any case, I would expect black to continue.
Yeah, I
Here.
think so too.
It's not that he's like
Tired
obviously
from all the
gaining something.
games.
Yeah. So he's it makes sense to continue. I mean, repeating moves is not such a not an option which looks
He's a fighting
forced.
player, and
Forced, yeah, so-
if he will see a different option, he will go for it. Bishop f6 also actually an option.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
not weakening your pawn structure, well, your white squares.
This I did like little less because of knight d2, knight d4 plan. So I wasn't completely sure if I want to put my bishop to
Yeah,
f6.
that's a
Yeah.
good point. That's a good
Yeah,
point.
well, but we would expect someone to continue. Surya Ganguly is playing Edwin Trost, who had an appearance on online boards, so he made it back. Now we have some. This exchange. Wow, this is not very common. Rosolima e5
Yeah.
is possible, but bishop e7 here. This I have to say I'm not familiar with.
Well, it's a possible move. Bishop d6 is, of course.
Yeah, bishop
just
d6 is
the
kind
move.
of if you go e5, at least people usually go bishop d6 then, but bishop e7.
Yeah,
Learn
very
again
interesting.
something.
Not a lot of games after bishop e7, definitely. Yeah.
Well, maybe that was an idea
Yeah.
just to have an interesting game and to get off theoretical paths quite quickly. Knight f6 and rook e1. Finally accepting the
pawn.
pawn for. Seems that black was fine with this. And
Okay.
white decided to go for some exchanges.
Okay. e5, yeah. This pawn on d6 looks.
But it's an extra pawn.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, okay, so this game has developed all the way to 98, so quite 18 moves for both players.
black wants to collect on d6. If you go rook d1,
Yeah.
then probably I start with bishop d3.
Oh, that's how it's
Yeah,
done.
because otherwise I may lose a pawn. With bishop d3, it seems that
Queen. Yeah, I'm trying to find queen
Queen
g3 or something.
queen g3 and try knight takes e4.
Yeah. But maybe you can play b5 eventually.
Yeah, well, also not sure if this knight c4 will be working universally. Maybe.
I don't know. I hope that it will. I hope so.
And if I do this,
Um.
queen f2, yeah. Was not your plan.
No, it's
Not
not,
your
not
plan,
the
yes,
way
if
I want to play, but I have to. Yeah.
Yes, have to go back up.
Okay.
Yeah, rook d1 is important. So
I
I
really
would expect knight. Something interesting is definitely going on the next board. Hassan Celik is one of the players who is definitely in contention for a GM norm, and maybe even more stronger than before this round, because knight f5 looks very, very good.
Wow. Actually, that was move with, I think, 1 or 2 exclamation points. One of the, the only move to, have almost +2 here.
It's a big advantage for one. Yeah.
Wow.
This looks, it
seems
to be missed by black. Especially what I didn't know that his last move was bishop e7.
Yeah, that's.
This is kind of a blunder.
Yeah, rather definitely blundered because knight f5. Okay, it's quite an typical knight d5, knight f5. Yeah, it can happen. And here the point is after e takes f5, we can go knight d5.
Yes, I guess. Just collect on d7.
Just take everything that looks. I really like my doubled rooks on the d5.
Yeah, well, also very strange from black. It seems it caught him a bit unexpected. Well, I don't know. Knight f5. You should consider a move like this, and you are playing the Sicilian. You cannot really ignore things like that. Can do something. Bishop c6. Is it? This is just in the worst case.
What do we take first? Yeah.
Take here.
We take here. Okay, rook d6. Yeah, rook d6. I could consider f5 even.
No, f5 is e5.
I know,
it's not such a big deal. But queen takes g7.
That's
just
a big deal.
Have an extra pawn, maybe 2.
Probably 2, yeah. Taking knight 6 as well.
1 or 2 is not such.
Oof. But
yeah, knight f5. Definitely putting black in big danger here. And on the other hand, could be a very important development for a white player, because there are nice chances for a GM norm may be boosted by this. So yeah, knight f5, a nice move to see.
Very nice.
Next in line, Igor Samonenkov, Krzysztof Raczek, another duel of 2 youngsters. And we had the Catalan
here. Very interesting. Yeah, that's the one with Queen C2 also. I think Sava Vetlohin went for some A3.
Yeah, I think that he had some A3. This is
but this is the main one, yeah.
Queen G5, yes.
Queen G5, yeah, these days. So I think Queen F4 used to be more popular before something, but Queen G5, I'm not sure.
This is
should work.
Line and knight E5, H6, Queen F4. This is and G5, all aggressive play from black.
Wow.
Don't remember the technicalities of this line, but
yeah, to be honest, if I think after Queen G5, castle is the usual move.
Yeah, Queen takes B5, Bishop A6. No, there's some
and after
line
knight E7, I'm sure White could consider Queen takes G7, but he decided for knight E5. Yeah, now we are in new waters completely, actually.
So yeah, it seems that both players they had a creative mood today.
Definitely. And yeah, the final position after there were some exchanges. The 94 f5. Yeah, this
and
is.
White is still pawn down. Knight d2.
Knight d2. Yeah. And how do you protect the pawn? Queen d5 or what? You take Queen g5 simply.
And it seems we're gonna see knight d2 soon enough.
Yeah. But yeah, there's. How else can I protect my c4? Well, Queen. Trying to find some ideas.
Yeah, knight d2 is.
I can maybe go knight f6, so whenever you take on c4, I could try with knight d4.
Then knight 5 is
Knight 5, yeah. I don't know, too complicated for me. Too complicated position. Actually,
let's go for something less complicated.
Yeah, wow. Okay.
Patrick Czeslak with White against Mahudin Madaminov. less complicated, less pieces of the board.
More peaceful, definitely.
Started off some type of exchange Rui Lopez, but not quite normal one.
Yeah, definitely. With this h5, it was quite ambitious by black, but with the queen exchange and now the bishop. Okay, I mean, there's some weaknesses. Just on the black side.
Seems to be doing fine. Yeah.
On the white side, well, this rook on d2 is pretty nice rook.
Yeah, rook
e8. Rook e8, okay. Yeah, rook e8 looks good actually.
And would you go
rook
like rook e1?
Yeah.
I wanted to transfer my rook somehow.
Oh.
Make it closer.
Yeah, knight h4 actually is unpleasant now. Because what do we do? King f1 or what?
Well, king f1, at least. Knight f3, you want to go rook e3 or?
Yeah. Yeah.
Want to go jump back. Knight g5.
Yeah, k1, knight h4. Okay.
Jump back
around. You're having some fun, definitely. Can I play king e1 here?
Yeah.
But then how do I protect my pawn, yeah? When you move back,
yeah, rook d7.
Then I would have to go e5.
This you don't want.
Yeah, this.
e5,
no? No, don't want this. Yep. They are definitely very unpleasant position. Also, knight h4 immediately it's possible, apparently, without even the rook e8. Okay, it was played. It is more natural. Maybe with
knight. Dangerous for white, no? I mean.
Yeah, definitely dangerous for white.
It's dangerous for white. I don't know. Yeah, and of course that's an important game for Patrick Cieslak, who had an amazing tournament so far. But of course, if he loses today, this all can be forgotten. All his good performances and his brave defense against Jorden Van Foreest in one of the earlier rounds, and yeah, that can all be about one game.
Yeah, is it true that rook e8 bishop e3 immediately is on the board?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Bishop e3, just move the rook somewhere.
Yeah, where the?
But if doesn't rook e2 win a pawn? Oh, maybe it wins a pawn, but maybe loses an exchange.
Yes,
just rook e4, king f1.
Yeah.
Do I want to sacrifice it? I mean, kind of. There is. It's not that I have too many options, but
in this case you have to. Yeah, but maybe in general,
rook e2, I don't have to.
No need to do so.
Yeah, let's go rook d6 or something, maybe.
Yeah, rook d6, rook d7. Rook d6 looks healthy. Maybe bringing also the rook to g6 later if needed, or knight h4. Yep, definitely rook d6 will.
It will require white to play some accurate moves. Okay. Krzysztof Raczek, meanwhile, after knight d2, did play your move queen d5.
Okay,
yeah,
so
but you said this is complicated.
No,
so
we know why this is complicated, because knight c4 here works for white also. And
nice. Yeah.
Probably. What do we play here?
D5? No,
rook c1, just basically.
Rook c1, maybe this one even.
Yeah, we could make a choice actually. Yeah, but that's crazy. It's just very, very, very complicated. Okay, we could also take on g5. There's no issue.
Yeah, I mean, like that c4 psychologically looks much nicer because you kind of protect your pawn. So like I take it anyway.
Yeah.
So like queen d5, and I would believe that he did miss knight takes c4.
It's an easy move to miss, yeah, especially because a lot of pawns are hanging and you really
want
to protect at least one, you know.
True, but Black did go for some risky stuff from the very beginning. You don't push all your pawns. Okay. And let's check some other games as well. Nitish Belrukar is playing Yahali Sokolovsky of Israel. One of the players we maybe didn't have yet on on our online boards. I don't remember
I don't
him.
recall
Please, there
either.
were several. Ido Gorsten played a couple of times. Parkov, and I think that Borukhovsky is making also his first appearance today. But Sokolovsky, I'm not sure. One of the younger generation of Israeli players. I think that he is already a member of national team.
Yeah, we are on board 13, I think, right now.
And we quickly will go through the opening part. Some slow Rui Lopez, the ones I like, with white usually. No
Slow,
rush anywhere,
no need.
just improving your pieces, bringing, and then finally pushing d4. Black is also playing symmetrically now. There are some exchanges in the center. I believe that white's position should be slightly more promising if there's any.
Given the piece activity and bishop on f8 right now, it would be logical that that would be the evaluation, but okay, don't think black is too unhappy with the position.
Yeah, depends if he can afford going d5, for example, here.
And you want to allow e5, yeah? This is how... Okay, I'm going for it, Don't know
exactly
I know.
Well, he has a disadvantage. He doesn't know that he's facing you, because I would be careful. I know that you want to sacrifice an exchange.
I don't need my exchange.
Last couple of days. So this makes you happy, I'm sure, with white. But actually, I would be quite happy with white, even I'm not, this looks quite interesting.
It looks interesting. Don't know if objectively it's the best way to
continue. But objectively, we're just trying to see some...
Oh my god, that's actually is the main line, but black should not take bishop e1, but should go knight e4, apparently.
Here.
Yeah, wow. Okay, I didn't even see that, but now that I see it, it's... Okay, that's fun.
Sacrificing exchanges is correct. Now, anyway...
We still go for it, right? Because this c6 pawn can be big weakness.
Yeah, I mean, there is a positional compensation for white.
Bishop pair, as well.
Bishop pair, healthier pawn structure, should be enough to not to be worried too much, but of course, exchange is an exchange.
Yeah, that's true. It's always a risk to go for. Yeah, after knight e4, you could play rook e2, rook d1, knight h5, maybe, apparently.
Oh, and bishop h6, this is...
Wow, so knight h5, bishop e1, knight e1. Let's put this on the board. That would be lovely to see by these two players. Yeah, knight h5, bishop e1, knight e1. And then the question is, how do you continue with like king h7? I just start with f3,
h7 doesn't look very... something which would be I would like to do definitely.
Apparently you could go knight g5, but even in this scenario I don't need to take bishop g5. I can just go f4. This is very ambitious.
Yeah, this looks promising for white. Yeah, very interesting.
So maybe definitely black is considering d5, but
it's not forced. I mean, d5 of course is a move which you could do, but you need a very accurate calculation here. But he's ahead on time, so he may invest some 10 minutes here in order to consider d5 carefully. One of next North contenders is Lea Garifulina, who had a very good tournament so far. Beaten strong grandmaster Kacper Perun, several good draws, and what is this? This is a reverse Sicilian.
Yeah,
exactly. David Gavrilescu. He did have one appearance, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Two to be precise. One was a quick draw. One was a very quick draw with repetition, and the second one was against Lou Melgi. Yeah, Lou Melgi, very interesting game.
Yeah.
So, we did end up in a reversed Najdorf.
Okay, against the reverse stuff.
And typical play, a5, a4, gaining some space, not allowing white to expand with b3 or b4. And knight f1. And now knight maneuvers. We can see that both sides do play a lot with their knights And both of these knights, they arrived to some destinations they wanted to get to. The bishop takes h6 becomes a threat.
Possibility, definitely. But first of all, I want to address the time difference. Leia is a quick player and David likes time trouble, and already 17-26 minutes. That's a fun thing to watch out for, but it's a big threat now. But Leia doesn't care, yeah? Bishop f8.
Bishop f8.
Yeah, she's ready to fight, definitely. Also wearing a very fighting dress today. It's a very nice dress. But Bishop, well, you are in a mood to sacrifice today, I see.
You know, I'm kind of told you maybe one of the days that this is a typical sacrifice which is always on my radar since a certain point in my career.
Yeah.
When I did face something like this, of course, a different version of this. May not be objectively the best, but it's actually one of the moves I always consider in such situations, because otherwise all this knight h5 business is not so. I mean, it's doesn't. Maybe it's all wrong anyway, but somehow I would feel that I need to justify it.
No, listen. Can I give you a move here? Knight takes e5. Okay, I had a peek at the engine, so I know that works. But that's a fun way.
d4.
Yeah. Also, something that could be.
Yeah, the truth is that knight on b5 is somewhat strangely placed.
It's not too bad for black. Knight c4. Then we have some exchanges and knight d6. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, maybe, but maybe the choice, wise choice is not so big. Yeah, so maybe because otherwise also knight h5, it comes to nothing, and black is ready to jump to d4. So yeah, rather doing something which changes the structure, like knight d5 for rook takes c6, than allowing this knight d4.
I think rook takes c6 would be the best way to continue, because it is the most challenging move. Putting the structure under question for black, but okay, knight e5, bishop d1 apparently, but not an move you want to make. Yeah, rook c6. Hopefully we'll see this by David.
Yeah.
Okay.
Quite a typical way to proceed, and something a little bit less attractive.
Was this the exchange bench or the Petrov?
Berlin.
Oh, it was the Berlin.
Yeah, Berlin. This is well.
Okay.
Very typical. Yeah, you are right. Of course, that it could be also arising from Petrov, but it did look like
typical also for this one. Nothing much to say about this position. Just
I mean, these positions, they are a bit tricky. It may look harmless completely for black, but sometimes it's you end up in a slightly worse position with black. You need to be quite careful, and it seems from time management of Leonardo Costas that he was kind of aiming for this. He was not worried that he may not win this position. So black pieces are placed a little awkwardly. So he has to decide if he goes for knight d4 or not. And we have a full symmetry, or almost full symmetry, with pawn structures.
Yeah.
But white is the first one to jump to e5.
True.
It may be slightly better for whites, you know. Yeah. But my worry was always in such positions that this small advantage may not be enough, and black would eventually somehow regroup correctly, and this will end up in the draws. That's why I was trying always to avoid this exchange lines and play something like anti-Berlins with d3, where there's a little bit more life in there. Black does go for h6.
Okay, like you said, 95 will most likely happen.
Yeah, by the way, this is one of the very important games also for a black player, because he's one of the contenders for a GM norm. He had a very good tournament so far. So,
so
I think that his performance is, if I'm not mistaken, over 2600 at the moment. So he needs to survive at least here in order to keep his chances alive. And so it gives us a chance, meanwhile, to go for board number 16. Aradia Garg is the first time on our online boards. He is playing Zhongyang Peng, which I think that he was a player who was a couple of times on our
twice. Yeah.
And he played some good games. He had a very good chance against Czeslaw, I think. He played
Jorden.
He also played Jorden, but I think that he played also.
Maybe he was not on the live
mixing up with someone. In any case, we have. I have to apologize, of course, because we are at 8th round of the tournament, and so many impressions, so many interesting fighting games. Players keep going on the stage, keep getting back to online boards or off online boards. So we of course sometimes may have some small mistakes there, but hopefully nothing major.
Yeah.
And Rui Lopez D3, a very modest way of facing it. Probably he was worried that knight takes e4 is going to happen. So he decided to go for some safe way to treat Rui Lopez.
Okay.
Black didn't really hold back.
No.
Decided to go for quick d5s and g5. Also aggressive approach for Black, not very shy.
Yeah, definitely being very ambitious. Maybe also him hoping for eventual GM norm. Of course, that would mean that he would have to maybe win 2 games.
Maybe both, yes. I'm not sure, of course, but
he's gonna try.
His name didn't in my, at least in my short list, but I may be mistaken. But what I like from White, he kept the options of castling alive on both sides, so suddenly decided to castle long, which is not a very common thing in Rui Lopez. And we can see how the play develops. It seems that time-wise he was very confident, because we see his time management.
Yeah, wow.
He is well ahead.
Wow.
Queen takes e4 at tempo. Black now has to retreat with the bishop. And
definitely want to just say the performance of Garg is 25-23, so in case of 2 wins he might actually be contending for GM norm, so definitely maybe the reason for this ambitious play. But like you said, given his time right now, queen c4.
Yeah, like White. Next I want to do f3 and bring the knight either to g4, which of course may be a bit of a funny structure. a5,
okay.
Or maybe knight f1, e3. Well,
you have a lot of choices, huh?
Yeah, I like f3 now.
f3 is a pawn move, or is a knight
move?
No,
I wanted to go pawn on that f3.
Okay.
Because I want to keep my option of knight g4 alive.
f3, I don't see a way for Black to be too active here.
You can try to do something like this.
c6, okay, that's I like this.
Force me to exchange, but I'm okay with this now, because now I will jump with the knight to g4, bringing it to e3.
Going to e3.
Yeah, this is a pure pleasure. This is a pure pleasure for White. Could play these positions every day.
Yep, definitely agree.
Every day of the week. Yes, maybe. Well, of course, White may have also other options, but I like f3.
This is a very good option, actually. F3 or bishop takes e6, also followed by knight g4. It's
similar.
Very similar idea.
Let's make a quick glance if we have any games finished. Not quite.
No, I don't think we have a game finished at all, and we have maybe this is Pogačar on the board, jumping around. Maybe in this, because we do have Pogačar, we could move to Hasan Cilik's game just to see if he's still winning.
Yes.
Like Pogacar?
Actually, yeah, well, we have some developments which are very similar to what we analyzed. Bishop c6, knight d7, and here he decided to take with a knight on d6, not with a rook, keeping both rooks at this point on the board, but yeah, well, this is just a pawn up without any compensation for black.
Yeah, absolutely. So
his chances are very much for a GM are very much alive. G4 looks very natural to me, just to push the pawn, and yeah, white is in full control here.
Also by the time management, just
it seems that he did. I mean, this knight f5 definitely came a bit unexpected to him, so he obviously had to spend some time to try to come up with the best way how to defend. I guess that we have managed to get to all boards at the first round of our today's commentary. What do you think that we deserved a break?
I think we deserve a coffee. I think
we deserve a coffee.
I didn't have enough caffeine. Now I need my second coffee of the day to try to calculate all these crazy things, especially happening in Racek's game, actually, with this knight c4, which was actually played. So definitely need some more coffee, and we will definitely come back to these exciting games quickly. 10, 15 minutes. See you soon.
Okay.
Hi everyone, we have with us International Master Anuj Srivatri. Anuj just drew his game against Grandmaster Sava Vetokin. Anuj, can you tell us about the game?
Yeah, so it was a very complicated game. So I played this very enterprising line, like with b5, b4 in Catalan, and I was expecting like he will play 92 instead of 95, but he played 95, so that was also variation. But I had not looked very deeply into it, and yeah, it was very complicated position, and I think like at some point I was really better, like when I played knight d4 and he took bishop d4, e4. That position I thought like if black gets tanked, then it is very good for black. But at one point I think I made one mistake, like I played rook e8 and which allowed like queen f3. So that was a tempo loss for me. I think like instead I could have played c5 and queen f3, I can directly go rook c8. So I think that was one opportunity, and even after that it was like not so easy position for white. Like the problem is like his king is always weak, and even I am exchanging down, like my bishops are very strong, and even if he trades the queen sometimes, even then like his b3 pawn is really weak in the end game. So in the end, like he played this very interesting idea with h4, like he wants to play king h2, and I thought like if he gets it, then maybe he can be better, just because like his rook can get into play. So that's why I avoided with queen h3. So now king h2 is not possible. And yeah, in the end, like I think it was just equal. Maybe somewhere I had this plan with c4. Like when he played rook d3, I played bishop e6. After rook d2, maybe I could go c4, but I was not sure, and like we both were in time pressure. So yeah, I think draw was the fair result, but I'm yet to check with the Indian.
Yeah, in the end, you went to call the arbiter. What actually happened, if you can tell us?
Yeah, so like in the end, I thought like I can't avoid the threefold repetition. So like I checked the score sheet and it was like 3 times. So I asked my opponent, but he refused the draw. So then I searched the arbiter, but there was no arbiter in the stage. So then I saw like there is an arbiter like downstairs, and I was signaling him, but he was like maybe he was busy in some other games. So I went to the arbiter, then I called him, and then he checked with the checked in the computer. Like, yeah, after that it was a draw. Like we checked together and it was 3 times.
So your claim was correct then?
Yeah, my claim was correct.
Anuj, before this event, I think you played another event in France where you finished second, I guess. If you could tell us how was that event for you?
Yeah, that event, it was actually in the end it went a bit bad, but overall it was a good event. I think I increased some rating and it was overall a very good place. I played Vojny Open. It's a very good place. There are a lot of mountains there and lot of greenery. So it's kind of very good place to even visit as a tourist. So playing a tournament there was really good, and the organizers were very supportive. So yeah, that was a good tournament, and it is the third tournament for me in this trip. Before that, I also played one round robin in Czech Republic.
Yeah, in that round robin, I think, if I'm not mistaken, you finished second in GM Group B, I guess?
No, I think I finished third. Actually, that was also going very good tournament, but in the end, it was also not so great. I think I needed 2.5 out of 3 points to make a GM now. And one game I pressed very hard, and in the end it was draw. But then in time pressure, I made one blunder, and I lost that game. But overall, that was also a very good tournament. I increased rating, and it was a lot of learning experiences along the way.
Well, Anuj, I won't take any much of your time. Last 2 rounds left. I wish you all the best for the last 2 rounds of this tournament.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Etienne. We are ready. Okay.
At Dole, bananas are more than just a healthy snack. They're a healthy business. We're proud to be the #1 banana brand, bringing consumers a variety of fresh farm picks from Guatemala, Honduras, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Mexico, and around the world. Hardy plantains, sweet reds, the popular Cavendish. Whether we're working on the farm or innovating through research, we're constantly exploring ways to improve, package, and deliver our fan-favorite fruit.
And welcome back to round number 8 of Trophy Dole. Well, talking about fruits and bananas and dragon fruits and all the colors. We did get hungry, so we stepped on a short break. However, the players today getting a banana each don't need a break, it seems, because only one game is finished so far. And it was actually a draw between Avital Gorochowski and Jaime Santos Latasa.
We left them at the moment of the Queen F2, and Santos decided to go for Rook F8, which looked more natural. Queen A7 indeed happened. And Bishop C5 made some kind of a combination of these two ideas. G3, White really didn't want to let Black Queen to get to H4. Made his feelings very clear on that. Queen G5 and Queen C6 forcing, yes, and Queen G4 again putting up some Knight G3 traps, but sacrificing a piece temporarily, but to get a repetition, which seems that both players then had to settle with, and the draw is maybe a bit of a disappointment for Jaime Santos, because his tournament didn't really go in a perfect way, but he still has one round to go tomorrow to try to win and get to some more prizes, maybe a little consolation in rating, but of course it's up to him to tomorrow's game. Meanwhile, we probably need to go to board 1, because that's of course the most important game of the day, which may already decide after round 8 about the winner of this tournament, or may also not.
It's possible.
Of course, we will see. Jakub Semen with black pieces is playing against Pavel Eljanov. Interesting development on the clock, actually, but we will get to that. Pavel didn't go for Bishop G2.
No.
Started with Bishop D2 and Queen C2. H3. Some prophylactic moves. Well, the point is that he decided to leave his bishop on F1 and maybe to develop it somewhere else than G2. And B5. Black didn't want to sit back and wait. And but that of course has some slight. There is a repetition.
Whoa.
There is a repetition, and actually.
Is it the 3 times if Jakub decides?
Yeah, he can claim a threefold after Knight B6. That's why Pavel did take his time, and Jakub, we can see that he's discussing it a little bit with himself, because I would feel that repeating the moves which will give him his final GM norm.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my!
It's the 3rd one, and of course, I'm not sure, like by 100%, but his performance is amazing, like 2700s now.
2740.
2740, and he's not gonna lose much by a draw, and he's considering,
I think you take it, and he's
I
writing
think
down the
he
moves.
is taking
Yeah, we will see now a 3-time claim of. Oh wow!
Yeah, the position really did. It's repeating itself after knight b6. It's funny that, of course, after knight b6, here we had a take on b6, and it seems that there is a threefold indeed. And of course, it's now arbiter's job to check it, but we will wait for a confirmation of this. And arbiter and Pavel is happy with it. Is a draw is agreed, and we can congratulate Jakob Simon for this performance. It's
wow.
What? Yeah. They
They're
are
just
not okay. Yeah.
the
And we can see Jan Malek also approaching.
He's
Because
congratulating.
yes, it seems that it's official. Maybe we can. The idea came to mind. Maybe we can ask Jakob Simon to join us in the studio.
Amazing,
So let's try to do this and to make a very quick break and try to get Jakob to the studio, because I think that I believe that we will have a chance to talk to Pavel as well at some point. But let's ask Simon
so.
because So
let's go on a short
we will
break.
let's go break. welcome to the studio. You cannot see me, guys, but I'm here. We would like to welcome both players from board 1, Pavel Eljanov and Jakub Simen, who finished their game. Welcome, guys. Thanks very much for coming, because I understand that it's not an easy task with to give comments after the game, especially you have a very important round ahead of you tomorrow. One thing I would like to mention immediately, Pavel did keep his lead in the tournament by this draw, and of course there is still one round to go. But special occasion for Jakub, I think it's by this he did fulfill his, well, still needs to come tomorrow, I guess, to the game, but he needs to, he scored his third GM norm, if I'm not mistaken, which means that it's if everything goes smoothly, then it's a GM title, and huge congratulations. We are happy that you managed to score such a good result in Aix-en-Provence. So now I will let the floor to you guys. Please tell us a little bit maybe about the game and in general how you feel here. And well.
Okay, I'm going to start. So. Knight A4 idea, this is what I remember, but...
Yeah, I played here 2 times bishop before after g3, and I didn't check it after the game, so precisely so I was afraid a little bit that you will gonna be better prepared than me. So I decided to play c6. I used to play it a couple of times, but I didn't remember, I don't know, anything. So I was a little bit of afraid that I will.
Yeah, so this position could arise with bishop on g2 instead knight on c3. So it gives some additional options like I played.
Yeah. I thought that in the game that maybe after a5 d3 is a main move, but maybe I'm mistaken.
d3 it transposed to something.
Yeah, and I remember this line: a4 knight d2 bishop takes and bishop
knight
b4.
a4 queen d8. Yeah, so c5 I wasn't sure this is the main move, so bishop g2 probably the main line.
Yeah, but then d5, yeah?
d5, and okay, I thought slightly more comfortable for white. But I wasn't sure because I had all the time, so c5 probably I just confused my notes, it seems like.
Yeah, d6 I was also thinking about d6.
This move is also exist, then c5, yeah, probably that's what I'm confused.
Okay,
and then the idea is you can play this knight b6, bishop c5. But okay, of course it looks weird, yeah.
But queen on d8 is maybe better than a7.
It's much more human. And I wasn't sure what to play because d3, I think it's very dangerous. Bishop b4, and then maybe e3.
e3, yeah.
I didn't really calculate, but it looks dangerous. Okay, maybe it's not really.
Okay, but it looks unclear, yeah?
Yeah, it looks unclear, but of course d5 also you are comfortable. So, so bishop g2 probably is only move to fight for the advantage, but c5, in general, d6 probably.
Yeah, but I wasn't sure about knight b6.
I wasn't sure either, even d4 indeed.
Okay, I was calculating knight b6, dc, knight a8 and a4, and I wasn't sure about this. Maybe c4. Maybe c4, yeah, I forgot about this. Yeah, because I only saw like a4 first instead of dc, and after knight a8, dc. So it's... and I wasn't sure because every time I take on b3, you can take with a opponent. Okay, knight on a8.
So c5 is probably just, inaccuracy clearly.
Yeah, but it's not so clear, no? Because it's...
Not so clear, it's...
Yeah.
It's okay, d3 it exists, but I thought it's equal position.
Yeah, I would also play, I think, bishop f5. I want to
bishop f5, probably knight, maybe not so clear.
Okay, then bishop g6, yeah.
This is, I saw this line, I thought, okay, b5 is nice, yeah.
Oh.
Okay, it's very complex, whatever is going on, but I thought it's just equality because, this structure should be favorable for...
Yeah, but I wanted to get this bishop to the game, because in this position, knight b7 is very logic, but...
But my knights are...
but I wanted to get my bishop to the game, so I decided to play bishop f5. I think it's also human.
Okay, d4 looks at least principled, but also, I analyzed this position very similar from French with reversed colors. Sometimes, I mean, very often with reversed colors better for white. In this case, for black seems like also better. Bishop f5, pretty good.
Yeah.
And I thought maybe you have an idea in g6. I was afraid a little bit because c3 now even bishop g4 possible. Yes, bishop g2, that's what I wanted to play, but I didn't really like. But anyway, your position is quite good, whatever.
Yeah. I wanted to play this, castle very quickly and then play this idea of b5.
Okay, you did well, probably.
But it's also logical, yeah?
Yeah, h3.
E3.
Here...
and I wasn't sure, because I thought that your idea is maybe bishop e2, rook c1 and king f1, king g2, maybe
actually
something
here
like this.
A bit unexpected, queen c7. I thought if I play f4, might be better for me.
Yeah, I also thought.
But maybe I'm not on time. But this position is very, very concrete, became very concrete.
Yeah, because f4 I thought is positional threat, yeah? So I didn't want to...
Okay, seems like in any case you are doing very well here.
Yeah.
So basically, never I can...
Sorry, I just had a question, because when we analyze this position, before queen c2, just was curious if it's like, of course I understand that you considered many plans here. Just wanted to go for some very very greedy but direct. So basically bishop g2 and castle and queen e1 next is not what you be able to do.
Basically he wants to play b5.
Yeah, but I think I'm on time.
Play b5 immediately now.
Maybe I can, play...
So in this position with reversed colors, queen c7, bishop g8, this plan.
Yeah, also it's...
So then I also...
but here h5, of course, is...
Yeah, h3 then and...
It looks...
h4 maybe I can sacrifice the piece, yeah?
It looks already very, very dubious.
Yeah, maybe I can sacrifice the pawn, yeah?
In some positions. H3 for sure.
Okay, but let's say I can prepare, even if I...
Or maybe something like f3 rather, no? I mean, instead of h3. I don't want to go h3 at all.
h3, yes, I would be, concerned also.
Yeah, so I mean, we just suggested that maybe I expected something like bishop g2 and something like this, and maybe eyeing the a5 pawn somewhere like.
But I think it's not in the spirit, because this pawn is not such a big deal.
Yeah, I can sacrifice.
I mean, just wanted to also for the viewers, if you really, of course, this is one of the plans, which may not be a good one, but also looked very logical to do, because also what you did in the game seems logical, but of course also it may be easier to this is not this definitely
I'm just
occasional like
I just decided to check the most logical development, but it's not looking good.
So just as an alternative idea, of course, if queen c2 and e3 h3 it's not so great, then but maybe the whole position is okay for black.
The whole position is basically French, so it's actually supposed to be a good line for white with reversed colors. So basically it's not really...
But I wasn't sure, because I thought that it should be fine for me, but I was playing against you, so I was like, okay, maybe it's not so good.
No, but in general here I thought also b5 is principled, and I was, relatively optimistic if you play something else, but now we know that
I thought that
even play slowly when something like that.
But I thought that f4 is positional threat, so I thought that I should go for some dynamic.
This is just a smart move, maybe, but the problem is what you're gonna.
But then you will transfer your king, maybe king f1, king f2.
So basically this plan exists like in French also with reversed color, and so basically it's just a good position. I mean, it's of course very unclear practically.
Yeah, of course. It's not so easy.
It's not really relevant what engine shows.
Yeah.
So b5, I think it's principled, because
it's logical.
I'm behind the development. Of course, it's very logical to push. So queen c6 looks
okay,
looks very, very dubious, to put it mildly.
No, yeah.
Like if you will need a win, you can try to
Okay,
go
so
for
basically
C6.
this is logical outcome.
Wow, this is only.
No, but I thought it's much worse for me.
Yeah, I
don't
also
know.
thought, yeah. Queen b6, bishop
I
b4.
thought it's much worse. Yeah, what's the point?
I thought it's.
I mean, I saw this, but yeah,
I'll
you just take. No, it's very strange.
No.
It's very strange.
No.
So
It's not
so what I mostly
yeah, but
considered this, but I didn't see.
Also Queen c7. I think Queen c7.
This is much better because you have to you need rook on c8 and then bishop b4. You have, I think, this combination.
But Queen c7 I also was calculating and I thought that I will just find c5.
C5, no, but I think queen is clearly better placed here.
But okay, I wanted to play c5 and with queen on b6 and after
C5?
take knight e5, yeah?
So exactly this you want.
Knight d5 and it's not, I didn't know what to gonna do next, yeah? Because every piece is
actually,
somehow
here according
blocked,
to
yeah?
Etienne, we see that.
Yeah, so I wanted to play like this, but queen b6 is also
But my
very
concern
logical.
was this, that I can, after takes, first I check c5, but then I realized that this is much stronger indeed. And then I realized that it might be really, really dubious, and seems like valuation was correct, because you have too many options. c5, of course, first option. But what I'm gonna do next, because I have some weaknesses, even h5, you see that. But c5 and then bishop c5 was my, bishop c5 first line indeed. That was my concern, and this is I exactly consider it like the main line, and I decided that I don't know what I'm going to do next, so king f1, king g2 maybe, but it looks very, very slow,
I think black has to
even if
have
you're not
compensation,
winning
big compensation.
Even if you're not winning immediately.
I can play slow.
What I'm not really, I wasn't really sure about it.
But I think I would play queen c7. Instead of queen b6. But
then
both,
position just not clear. But now you're better probably. So yes, probably
I was also thinking about queen c7 to play a game, but then I wasn't sure. I thought rook c1.
I think it's unclear.
Rook c1, rook c8, and then maybe bishop e2 simply with idea
this
of
very slight advantage. I definitely accept.
Maybe f4. I forgot.
Because f4 in such a position, I would really love to play probably. Okay,
I don't
maybe
know.
bishop,
But then bishop b2, king f2.
But okay, it looks dangerous for black if you are not really.
Positionally, it looks like I can be worse.
If you are not moving here, then.
No, I wouldn't like it. So.
So probably decent game, although I confused completely what should I do?
I don't know.
Okay.
We were wondering actually, if this knight a4 and c5 idea, because you played rather quickly, so you confused everybody, maybe yourself also, with the c5, because it was kind of played. Well, it seems that it's some kind of preparation. Of course, we know that you are a very strong theoretician, so we trusted you on this. And then of course. Next part of the game was not so convincing, like from the preparation point of view. But of course, we understand that this is a different tournament situation. Also, that's a penultimate round when stakes are relatively high, of course. And also, we knew that Jakub is on the verge of scoring his last GM norm. So most likely half of a point out of 2 was, well, I'm not sure we theoretized that even maybe in some situation even 0 out of 2 could be enough. But very difficult, of course. So in any case, I think in a way, both of you are quite okay with the result. Because Pavel maybe more ambitious with white, of course, in principle, but after the opening part, also a bit cautious, because also the situation objectively the position is very unclear, and it could go very wrong for white as well. So I would believe that both of you are, well, also that you both came, it means that you are not so disappointed with the result in the game.
Yeah,
It seems so, yeah.
for me, it's okay. I made the last norm. I'm not sure about the rating, if I cross 2500. So I'm not sure if I'm already...
You need to cross.
For now, it's like, I don't know, 4 points, but I think...
But I thought you were there already, no?
Yeah, I think I was 2500, but it's very... I don't know, because my friend and me was calculating it, and it's like 2500, exactly 2500, so it's not so clear. but yeah, and then I dropped 50 points, and then I'm coming back, so yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I think that you both are having a good tournament. Well, we enjoyed the games you played because most of them there were on live boards. So Pavel's case, of course, very interesting and long games, which well, we can, from a commentator point of view, of course, sometimes would ask for some shorter ones, but what to do? Of course, we enjoy interesting chess, and Jakob's games last two were very interesting, and of course some risks were taken, obviously, yes, but it worked well both times. So today it was maybe a right time to slow down a bit, like a special situation, obviously. But of course, I think that Pavel didn't play here last year, but I remember you played here last year, I'm sure, because you played, I remember we commentated on one of your games, not bringing up which one, but remember which one it was. So, but how do you like Aix-en-Provence in principle?
Yeah, I like this city. I think the whole city is beautiful, and also my friends also are saying that. So I'm happy that I have opportunity to play here in this city, and I will come back for sure.
So we take it as a half promise. We hope to see you back here. Of course, there is still one round to go, which is very important. Now you probably can play a little bit relieved, because actually I know that last GM norms are always a tricky thing to achieve, and but you managed to have a very productive months. You had 2 norms in a row from open tournaments. It's quite admirable, because it's I would believe that one of the more difficult norms to achieve in an open tournament. So we do hope to see more of you, not only tomorrow but in next years. So thanks very much for coming, and congratulations once again, Pavel. You are a first time in Aix-en-Provence. I do know that you like the place, but please, maybe as a very experienced player and player who played in many different tournaments, how would you rate the tournament conditions for players?
Okay, the tournament hall is great, because I mean I rarely play it, I guess, in a nice spacious hall. And kudos to organizer, because they managed to bring so many people, so many youngsters, also quite a few regular students of mine. It was nice to follow them. At the moment, I didn't play yet against any of them. It's also
good for them.
Also good.
As a single, it's good for them.
So I'm enjoyed in general. Yes, both my play and the place.
Okay, thank you very much for a detailed analysis. It was a pleasure to have you here. Good luck to both of you in the last round, and we hope that also Pavel, for maybe next year, we as an organizing team will try to get you back here if you will be available. And enjoy your today's shorter game a bit, because now you can collect some energy for the last round, and good luck tomorrow. Thank you very much for coming. Once more, congratulations, Jakub, and we see us definitely tomorrow as well. And now we will get to another short break, and we'll be back very soon with rest of 8th round. Okay, thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you.
It was a bit, because it's kind of we always took one.
Yeah.
The date was like we said it's a better idea.
was very interesting and insightful analysis. Definitely learned a lot from the players, have to be honest. Started missing playing chess when I was listening to all of that. But definitely, yeah, was it interesting?
Yeah, sure. I think that it's a rare occasion we can have actually both players having their post-mortem analysis in the studio. We are thankful to both of them for willing to come. Was a bit of a special occasion for sure for Jakub, and I think Pavel was also quite happy with the draw overall because position started to look a little bit dangerous to him. So yeah, leaves all the options open for tomorrow's round still. So
that's good.
There's encouraging maybe players on the next board to try to go for their chance and maybe a chance to play on board one tomorrow with white pieces against Pavel. But let's see if there is anyone who is gonna grab this chance.
Yeah, we just want to say that you guys saw the game finish on board number 2 just recently. So there was a draw between Jorden Van Foreest and Bryce Tiglon on board number 2. And yeah, so far 3 draws, but very fighting games today, very fighting draws.
Indeed, let's go
let's
for
see
let's
here.
see. Jan Malek is playing Aydin Suleimanli, and it's one of the boards where eventual winner of this duel may catch up, or not catch up, but come close to Pavel Eljanov.
Catching up to Jakub only, actually.
Yes.
But that means board number 1 tomorrow. Let's see who can make it.
Yes, and we left the game somewhere around knight fe4 when black did go for concrete play, and white decided to hide his queen as far as h5.
That's not a perfect score for the queen, but
it's far from all the knights, at least.
That's good.
Knight f6, not all of them, but queen f5, bishop a6. We can see that black understands that he needs to rely on some concrete dynamic play, because positionally, as we said, if white manages to consolidate, it may not be so pleasant for black then.
But I feel like Aydin has been playing very well so far, really putting white under challenge. I mean, bishop c8, queen f4.
Queen d7. Well, I didn't want to go for an endgame quite. The queen is very active. White is tried to go to find some safe spot, but doesn't seem to happen yet.
I think knight c3 was a big threat at that moment, so queen had to move somewhere, and that's definitely
ended up on b2.
Okay, b2 feels safe.
Yeah, don't want even to draw any arrows on queen's movement, because probably then they wouldn't see the board at all, so we would just stick to checking the moves which happened in the game. White, it seems that white finally managed to consolidate, and the queen found some safety on b2. Also, it seems that black is having some time issues. It's move 33. Not so far till the time control, but under 3 minutes for Suleimanli, and Malek is very comfortable on the clock. 26 safe minutes.
Yeah, definitely safe compared to 2.5. So that means that Aydin feels uncomfortable. We can see him. It's actually his move to make, and he's actually glancing at the clock. So a bit nervous. I would be. I don't, like you said, white consolidated. We don't have bishop pair. We have a weakness on a5. We have a weakness on d5 eventually.
This may become a big problem, not only in the middle game, but also in any end game.
Yeah.
White's knight on c6 is also quite annoying. Well, first of all, knight takes a5 is threat now. I just want to grab a pawn.
Just gonna grab a pawn.
And if black manages to protect it somehow, also bishop may come to d4.
Yeah.
And finally, what we kind of predicted from the very beginning of this game, that if black cannot create enough concrete counterplay, it may be quite problematic for him to stay in the game.
Yeah, I mean, if I could, I would play something like knight g4, but after bishop d4, like you said yourself, I don't think that black has any more threats. No sacrifices work, I'm afraid. Knight f2 doesn't work. and that makes me sad.
And also, well, of course, in such situation, having barely over a minute on your clock also is not helping
Oh
much.
my, he's gonna be below
So
one.
now he has to really speed up and well, also to come up with a good plan or what to do actually, because I mean, first of all, okay, he decided to go for bishop h3, trying to follow, well, sacrificing a pawn.
Yeah.
And white, of course, is not forced to let the exchanges happen.
No, I mean, you mean knight takes a5, bishop g2, king g2, and
Yeah, some knight g4 ideas may appear.
and now knight takes f2 works.
Okay, I finally got to
Finally,
knight f2,
yes.
yeah. But I'm not sure I want to exchange his bishops at all. I would probably consider something like bishop h1.
h1, yeah, it looks like a fun move to play.
Or maybe, well, maybe there is another version of this where I could go bishop f3 first.
Okay.
And after bishop g4,
Yeah.
bishop h1 then. Oh, so there is knight e5,
Knight
for
e5,
example. Yeah, okay.
In this case scenario,
Yeah,
but
yeah. So probably bishop f3 then.
Bishop f3 looks healthy.
And I want to avoid an exchange. White is not going to rush anything here because he understands that for black, every move now is a little uncomfortable. So he most likely is going to wait up two moves, bishop h1 or bishop f3, and we'll pick one of those moves. So we will let Jan Malik. Of course, we will come with a quick update if something happens there. Next board is Inian against Marco Materia, and Marco had a promising position, we thought, as we left the game somewhere very early after a5.
Yeah.
And ed4, e5 happened.
Yeah.
And exchanges, very interesting, strategically very interesting position, where black was relying on bishop pair, but
taking on e5 apparently was not the best way to go. Marco actually had a very promising position. Yeah, we can see it after queen f6, knight d3, b5.
Queen e4, bishop d4.
Queen e4. He didn't decide to take queen g4, which makes sense.
He could take a pawn.
Yeah, he could have taken a pawn. I guess he was afraid of rook g8 and wasn't sure what is happening. But yeah, after queen e4, his advantage slowly started to slip away. Because
maybe rook f2 was missed by him, and after the queen exchange, g3 extremely strong motive by black, because it actually we can see that white pieces are paralyzed here. He cannot really move, and he tried to improve his pawn structure at least, but black just went for rook h5 and rook f5 back, not threatening anything directly, but actually white cannot really move.
Okay, of course here it's black to move, but in case of something like h5, yeah, I would assume that white would have a big issue of finding a move to play here.
Yes, quite unpleasant, of course, especially regarding Marcos. So we mentioned this, Marcos' chances for a GM norm. It doesn't seem like, okay, he has made the time control at least, so now he's just gonna hope that black is not gonna find a way how to improve his position. Quick jump back to Malek Suleimanli, where bishop f3 and rook c8 appeared on the board. With 10 seconds only on his clock. Suleimanli played rook c8.
It's a good move, definitely, because in case of knight a5, I would assume that...
And he wants to take and then d4, if I take with the queen,
Let's see. Yeah, d4, definitely d4.
Well, I would believe that white may not be needing to rush taking on a5 and just may go something like knight d4.
Knight d4 looks... and okay, do you think we want to play rook c1 anyway?
F2, and queen takes c1. I mean, nothing really direct going on.
No, yeah.
But still quite unpleasant, and especially with, 5 moves to go till the time control. Maybe that's a way to go for white.
Correct.
Okay, so we moved on a bit, but not all that much.
No.
And Leon-Luc Mendonça, wow,
Yeah.
this is different from what we have seen. Actually, after bishop e4, I remember we had this position when we suggested c6 to happen. But instead of that, black decided to regroup with the knight, went for knight e7, bishop f4 and c6 only then, queen d2, knight g6. Well, we got some very similar position like after c6, but with 2 tempos up for white. So that was probably not what black wanted. No. And white managed to get a very strong pawn on d6. Now exchanging couple of pieces, using a tactical motive that queen takes e7, bishop d6 is winning for white. And now it seems that white is in control of this game. Black is waiting. Of course, his bishop on a7 is stuck. He's not going anywhere. Maybe it's not so trivial to win this with white.
Not so easy how to improve. And Leon-Luc plays h4. Okay, it's not so easy to improve your pawn from e7 to a queen, actually.
Yeah, well, black is stuck to passive defense. He last his moves were king h7, king g8. Yeah. I agree that I also don't see a direct plan.
I'm trying to see if I could play queen f3 and bishop e5 later. You wanna go queen h1, queen h3? Whoa, that's an imaginative way to play.
For d7, of course,
I think
black.
the issue is bishop f2 now.
Yeah, but of course that would be. It would take too much time. But of course, after queen h1, bishop takes f2 may be a problem.
That's very much.
Well, I tried to use my last move h4 in order to king h7. I guess that white may even not rush things till the time control. Just get his extra half an hour and then consider his options.
Well, no, I really like actually the idea of queen f3 and just slowly improving an endgame if it works, of course. But if this bishop is stuck on a7 forever, then
I need to bring the king.
Yeah, you would bring the king.
I don't know. My plan would be also f6, king f7, and then just wait for you.
Yeah, wait. Maybe I could go king e4, f4, f5. Not that. Would it maybe doesn't do much.
Four, yeah.
Yeah,
true. That's.
I'm just trying to find a way.
Because I would like to bring my king to e6.
Yeah, that's true.
If possible, but if not, of course, then it will be tricky. But once you go f4, actually, it also gives black some space there. I would believe that this should be very good for white, but maybe it's interesting and not so easy to find a winning plan.
Definitely will wait for Leon-Luc to find a plan himself. Maybe I would just like to quickly wait, the game has already ended. No, he hasn't. Quickly jump to Ihor Samonenko versus Krzysztof Raczek game because there's looks like
there was this knight takes c4 stuff, right?
Yeah, the knight c4 stuff, and the game definitely continued in a wild way. It's still continuing in a wild way. Yeah.
Okay, after knight c4, black decided that he has enough of this threats on 8 rank and castle. Queen d3, queen b5, g5, and e4. Okay,
yeah.
Interesting. And white sacrificed the piece.
Yeah, he said basically, okay, have the piece, I'm gonna bring my rook into the game. And now rook f4, this looks very scary.
Comes to the game, but...
Another question is, how do you defend this?
The trick is that seemingly queen h7 would be good, but after rook h4, queen f5 check is faced by counter check, which is unpleasant news.
Maybe knight g6 does save it, actually, by a mere second. Would you believe that? Oh my. If that's a way to play... that actually is the way to play, yeah.
I mean, after queen h7, this is most likely going to... But no queen h6, no queen h7. Black has played knight g6.
Which, okay, the problem is, of course, if in case of rook g4, there's queen f5.
Yeah, we are transposing, yeah, but
queen
queen
takes
e6
e6 is a check. And I'm gonna try it out.
Argue with it.
Hard to argue with it.
We are grandmasters, you know, so we know where we know a check when king we can
sorry.
see it.
I don't have to say it when I come up.
No,
It's fine. No, definitely king. Do you want to start? Okay, maybe you can start with king h8.
I just made the random move.
But allows me a check, you know.
That's a check. Oh no,
Yeah.
this is.
This looks
This
this
doesn't look
looks
good.
like it's
All right,
bye-bye.
so
Queen king h8.
king h.
Yeah. Because if you have to go queen f6, then I go king h7, and then maybe it's causing me some issues.
But maybe I have time not to be bothered by your knight g6.
Proper rook f7.
Rook
Actually,
f7 is queen c8. I just it forces me to go here,
yeah. But
which is
actually,
maybe not so bad.
actually, wait a second. This actually works.
And here I have rook
Ooh.
a7 check.
Gorgeous.
I don't know. Yeah, I
Yeah.
have to admit that
This
knight
is it.
g6 doesn't look very safe.
In fact, only queen h7 did draw the game. Oh, it went
Because it's
into
a
an
check.
endgame because it's a check.
Yes.
So simple.
No, I believe that this is maybe he. Well, my prediction simply is that he stopped here. I mean, in the line which we analyzed.
Yeah, which disappeared.
Which disappeared. So we
have to
put
do it
it
again.
once more, and it's queen h7 check, rook h4, queen f5, and
You think he stopped?
yeah, he maybe stopped here because
knight g6 is
I
not
mean,
their
you don't
natural
really
move.
believe. I can't imagine you would believe in knight g6 with holding. I mean, in the worst case, what can happen? I mean, but white will force a draw.
Yeah.
So that's incredibly risky thing to do. It puzzles me a bit that he did this with almost 17 minutes on the clock.
Exactly.
This is not entirely responsible. I have to say it mildly, but yeah, oh well, it's a strange decision. Meanwhile, we quick update. Samonekov is going for
let's see.
I believe queen takes a6. I don't
I
see
think it's
anything else.
just an answer.
He can actually no queen a6.
Queen
is gonna happen.
f7. Maybe he was just calculating some queen f7 ideas.
He did king h8
And maybe rook f6.
not so
but I don't
effective. Rook
think
f6,
so,
rook g8 in the worst case even. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, definitely a very interesting game. But Ihor, I think we're fine. Queen e6, rook f7.
And just wanted to
Update
the result
Yeah.
because Patrick Cheslak, whom we've seen several times on the live boards, he lost his game, unfortunately for him, and it seems that he will need to win tomorrow and hopes that it will be enough for a GM norm. He lost to Mohodin Madaminov of Uzbekistan.
Yes.
Meanwhile, the game which we did believe that could have been finished by now, Chelik, Raja,
well,
it seems like some inaccuracies took place. At least I wouldn't expect this endgame to be there.
Definitely some not most accurate moves have been played.
But we can
especially with queens on the board, there was a checkmate threat. Queen is6, king h8 on the board.
Yeah,
also.
in Samonenkov's game. So okay, let's see if we have something.
Maybe we can check back quickly on board number 1 because I think I didn't make a mistake right now. He's definitely very low on time. And after bishop f3, rook c8, queen b6 on the board by Jan Malek, followed by queen d6, which allows taking a pawn. And now
He did take a pawn.
Then he can take another one on d4.
On d4, I'm thinking what
can
is
we?
wrong with that. But Black was very short on time, so
Very
he did his last move on 5 seconds. So
that's definitely very nerve-wracking.
Usually not enough.
Oh,
Yeah,
for
that
yourself.
takes d4. 5 seconds. 5 seconds is not enough to take a coffee even.
That's true. Yeah. In that case scenario, I will have some coffee while I calculate knight d4. Because rook c1, bishop c1, maybe queen c4 he wants to play, but bishop e3 just simple.
Yeah. Of course, if he gets to the first rank somehow,
yeah, then it's
then it's a problem. But it doesn't seem very likely.
Worst case scenario, I go queen e1, maybe knight d5 here. No, but
No,
they'll just lose the pawn.
If for example goes, maybe
And
I
we
start with
checkmate.
check and collect all your belongings.
Literally. And knight d4 is on the board. Move 38. I feel like Aydin is on the verge of losing. Yes, he's going
At least he has got an easy move, rook c1, bishop c1, but what now? Queen c4, I guess, is there. So Jan Malek seems to be the big candidate
to play Eljanov tomorrow.
To move behind Eljanov. And also, if I'm not mistaken, Inian, maybe, of course, if he finds a way how to break through the white defenses. So far, it's not anything direct, but white is really paralyzed.
Yeah,
cannot really.
Oh, just rook f7. Yeah, asking white where to move. Actually, a very good way of playing this game.
Just bringing the king and then probably finding some good square for the king.
Yeah?
Well, of course, also the knight may not be necessarily on d3 forever.
I mean, we have to move it to b4. Okay, we can move the rook somewhere, but
also the no promising positions here for the knight anyway. So tough for white definitely. So Jan Malek, rook c1, bishop c1, and queen c4, and now he can bishop e3. That looks very natural. There is nothing wrong with that.
And they will make the time control after the next move, but really looking very promising for Jan Malek.
Interesting position between. At first, I thought that this is Mendonca's position gone wrong, but but it's not. It's completely different game. It's Brendan Jacobson playing black against Ortik Nigmatov. Black has a queen again and a pawn against two rooks. Well, I just have to say that I'm not completely sure how to evaluate this position. So equal.
Yeah, let's shake hands. Okay, apparently black has always been better since he exchanged the queen for two rooks, very slightly. I'm talking from minus 0.30 to minus 1. But definitely with h5, he's showing some ideas with h4, h3, huh?
Yeah, well, the question is if white doesn't have to face it with h3 himself.
Well, in this case scenario, it's very hard to coordinate your rooks because this bishop is still on f6. Very strong bishop, actually.
Yeah, well, still it's not very easy. Of course, white would really like to connect the rook somehow effectively, but it's not yet easy to prove. Still 5 to move, still the time control.
Yeah.
So we will just take a quick look at another games in order to see if there is some drama elsewhere. This doesn't look like a big drama actually.
No.
Maybe an opposite color bishops do suggest that the game may continue in a peaceful way.
Yeah, absolutely. There is the development in the Samonenko versus Rache game. We can quickly just check it because this is on the board.
Queen h6.
Yeah, his last resort, but doesn't queen of... Oh, the queen f7 though, right? Can I play it? Or is it too passive?
I don't know. Oh, he may consider some knight f4 tricks.
Oh, you're gonna go for it. Of course, yeah.
There's nothing left, I guess.
Yeah, I can take with the queen.
And then I exchange the queens.
Oh, okay,
and
sorry.
And hope for a4 to become a queen, but maybe this is a line which is losing actually because may not survive this anyway.
Yeah, queen f7, I'm trying to see knight f4, queen... Yeah, that's actually the way you lose, yeah. That's the line. So maybe no checkmate on the board. Okay, he can opt for queen f5 instead of queen f7. Maybe that changes some things. No, not really.
I thought that he has only 20 seconds to make a decision, but it's move 41, so he's gonna take definitely take some time. Let's check on.
Garifulina has a very big chance for GM norm.
Oh, she is exchange up, but in some preferable version of that.
Yes, sadly, we could blame it because Rook c6 hasn't happened in your situation. 95 did.
Yeah, guys, study your classics.
Yeah, definitely.
Rook takes c6 is a classical way to treat. He went for 95, which is understandable. Yeah,
good enough, but still, right?
Such a bad thing, but that left black in a very comfortable position.
Yeah,
and it seems that she is actually very effective with black.
Yeah,
I mean, it's the second game where she increased the pressure with very similar way she did play against Kasper Bjorn, and wow, this is going to be this looks pretty much hopeless for white, and there is of course she needs to pick carefully the conversion methods, but
so far I think she's been playing very good moves to come to this position, of course, and she has a lot of time. She wouldn't play a move if she wasn't sure about it.
Of course, you need some discipline here at this point, and of course you know that you have a big chance to win the game, and most likely.
Yeah, and her performance being 25-87 right now, so with the win I assume it would come over 26. However, tomorrow
there is still a game. Yeah, maybe tomorrow. It depends very much on pairing. Yes. So, as we said, of course, by no means, except Jakub Simon's case, by no means any of the players may not score the GM norm already today.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very difficult to do it after 8 rounds. Even Jakub has to show up at least for his game tomorrow.
True.
Yeah.
So what if his opponent doesn't show up?
Let's not come up with horror scenarios. We don't believe that.
We anti-manifest that.
No, I think that it's even possible. In some cases, I know that there is a possibility to, in order to prevent any wrongdoing from players, because imagine there were cases where people tried to blackmail his opponent by saying that they're not gonna come to the last game. But of course, there were also cases I know about that in a round-robin tournament, a player got sick before the last round, was taken to the hospital, so couldn't really physically couldn't show up for the last game. And in that case, actually, it's possible to have a norm after the 8th round, but it's a big exception. So we do believe that nothing like this is going to be needed for tomorrow. Jakub will most likely score his last GM norm. Of course, he also needs to fulfill the rating requirements, because he mentioned himself in the studios that he had 2,500 exactly of a live rating, and he's not completely sure if it does count, because
it was just a live rating.
Yeah, no, live rating counts, but it should be yes. So maybe he, just to be sure, to score 2,500 again, and he is very close to that margin anyway. So and we believe that even if it's not now, it may be in the following months. We saw how strongly he played. Okay, Rook not e4 but e2 happened. Most likely bishop b6.
Yeah, bishop b6 is gonna happen, but then maybe just rook d2 might be enough. Who knows?
I wouldn't like to change this active rook.
Yeah.
Guess. All right, this seems to be on a good way for Garifulina to win her game.
But we have to move back to board number 1, because I think white is just an easy piece up right now.
Yeah, it seems that the game is black tried to come up with some tricks, but Well, the idea is that Queen C1 is most likely Black's last hope.
Yeah.
But then it's Knight C2.
Or Knight F3, who knows?
Knight F3. Yeah. Oh, Knight F3. No,
really?
Knight C2 is Bishop F5. So just no need to complicate matters. And the game is already concluded.
Yeah.
Black didn't even want to check White's last move. And big win for Jan Malek.
Yeah.
Who also feels good in Aix-en-Provence, I'm sure, because if I recall correctly, that he was the one who scored the GM norm last year here. He's already a GM, but now, yes, it's very, very interesting. Of course, we can see that it seems that the air of Aix-en-Provence is good for Polish youngsters.
Yeah, it really seems so. Or youngsters in general, yeah, even though Pavel really feels young, right?
So in any case, it seems that it's another proof that you should play tournaments like this, because actually you can show your strengths. And Malek is doing very well for a second year in a row. You can see that he stops by to glance at the game of Krzysztof Raczek. I think that all these Polish guys, they actually have very good relationships, and they check on each other. Jan was the first one to congratulate Jakub Simon. It was very nice to see. I understand that it's always in such cases players of this age, when they are close to each other, there should be some healthy rivalry, but when you see that it's in a very correct way, and they are happy to see the other player succeed, it's always a very good sign. I think we can expect these players to compete in the future as well, and maybe as members of respective national teams. And of course, that may help. You can confirm for sure for yourselves that the nice team spirit is always bringing some extra points to your team events.
You know, it's like, if you believe in form of manifestation, you know, when you're not good friends with your teammates, you kind of hope for them to lose, even though you play for the same team, just because, I don't know, to win some more rating points or be ahead. No, this is not the way that you play for your team. You always have to support each other and cheer for each other, and that always helps the team result. It's not like that in all the teams, but in this case of Polish youngsters, I am extremely impressed, because usually there is rivalry, but they seem to be really good friends, and that is extremely nice to see in the chess world.
Exactly. So let's see, of course, if there will be anybody else joining Jan Malek and Jakub Simon in the last round chase.
With 6.5.
With 6.5 out of 8.
Yeah.
It seems that Brendan Jacobson is on the verge of winning his game against Ortig Nigmato, because there's a free pawn on H2.
Let me... Oh. Are we just taking it?
Free pawn. You can take a free pawn, I think.
Oh my, actually even G4 here would be a big challenge, apparently.
Now G4 also chasing the king, and then we take a pawn. Yeah, that seems that something has gone wrong for White.
Really,
definitely.
Extremely wrong. So we left it just a few seconds ago. What happened after Queen C8, King G2, H5, Rook D3 trying to connect,
and B6. Maybe that was a move which White missed, because it's a little trick, chasing away Black squared bishop, and the Queen entering. Very good square on C2.
Yeah, you know, now we can just take a pawn, like you said, but the engine would even play G4, King F4, King G6.
Oh, trying to create a mating net.
Yes.
Queen C4 now becomes a threat.
Yep.
And King D5.
King D5, Queen G2 he would go for. And maybe King C4, but then we go Queen A2, you know, or forcing Rook B3.
This is most likely gonna happen.
G4 on the board.
Yeah, it seems that G4, and Brendan does want to chase White King to the very center.
Sadly, Brandon. Okay, he's gonna be on 6 in case of a win, so not 6.5. But
But still, it improves his
Definitely.
situation quite significantly.
Mhm.
And it seems that it's then only Etienne
Yeah.
who, in case of win,
yes.
can check. Well, Mardov also, yes, but we don't expect Well, though,
Yes.
let's be careful.
Yes.
He has won an endgame with 3 pawns against 4.
Exactly.
So we need to respect that.
Yeah.
And of course, here.
King E4.
So we can.
We might
We'll
come
get
back to this
get back
game.
to him.
Trying to
Leandro
see.
Mendoza, yeah, it seems that he is collecting things, but he just took back on c5 with the queen, and now we'll try to find a way how to break through Black's defenses.
Mhm.
Still very unpleasant for Mardo, but he is a good defender, so we know this, and of course the game is far from over yet.
Yeah. And all the games also, I think, are out of time trouble except the Brandon Jacobson one. They're move 38. And we're waiting for him to actually make a move after King E4.
King G6.
Oh, he's
With
going
6
for the line.
seconds, King G6, and he found the right way seemingly to finish off this game.
Yeah, he will definitely. Okay, we cannot say definitely, but it seems like that White King is definitely in trouble. But even like we said, Queen H2 seems to be
Queen
very
H2
safe
may
option.
come later.
Yeah, eventually.
He keeps this option alive. And White decided to go for King D5 immediately.
Ooh.
That was our line, right?
Yeah, that was exactly our line.
Queen
Queen
G2.
Let's see.
Yeah, he's gonna play Queen
G2.
G2.
And
King C4.
I want to say you don't really want to go Rook E4. That just seems completely wrong. King C4, and then the question is probably Queen A2, Rook B3, B5, King D5. No, King C5 could be played, right? Okay, some work to be done here.
King C4.
Yeah.
Queen A2.
Rook B3.
B3.
Maybe go Queen C2.
Queen C2, King
King
D5.
D5, and the banana is also gonna be dancing on the board, so happy about this position. And how do we win now? Yeah, is the question. Of course, Brandon will have 30 extra minutes at this point.
And we will also have
maybe B5, threatening Queen C4, yeah?
B5, that's good.
Maybe
Then Bishop C5.
Bishop C5, yeah, that's true. You are
Still hanging on here, but
apparently you could go around and go Queen G2 and Queen C6 here.
And get the bishop. Yes,
Yeah,
that looks good.
that's the best way
like,
to play chess. Just take the pieces.
Like a solid thing, and he does.
Oh, C2 he decides.
No, he repeats moves.
Okay.
He just will repeat once because it's move 40, and now he just can relax and have a banana and then finish off the game.
Correct.
So, anything interesting going on? Let's check on Sava Vetokhin.
Yes.
He did manage to gain a pawn. And he will be pushing in opposite color bishop endgame.
I see. Yeah, okay. So we did lose a pawn. He's definitely gonna be trying this for a win. It's gonna be tough with only rooks and bishop on the board, but definitely possible.
It's better positions than two. And some developments in Krzysztof Raczek's game against Samonenkov, and we got the position which actually he correctly decided to go for this, the white player.
Yeah.
Now rook b7, for example, forcing a3, b8, b8, rook b1, and this endgame should eventually be winning for white. Of course, if white would have only 2 pawns, these connected pawns, they wouldn't win.
No.
Even h3 connected pawns, in some cases, may not win, but they need to be, with a pawn on a2, and rook on a1.
Course,
yeah, there are positions where even 3 pawns are not good enough to win the game. But this is actually the fact that the pawn on d4 is isolated is in white's favor.
No, it is in white's favor?
Yeah, it's definitely in white's favor. That if it would be connected, actually, it may have been more difficult to win it.
Wow.
But not in basic position, but when they are advanced. There are some theoretical positions when even 3 will not win.
That's insane. But tell me, rook b1 is on the board after rook a4. Do you think we might get 2 versus 1? No, because the pawn would be on e3 and not on e2, yeah?
Yes.
That's
okay,
important,
that would be quite
but
tricky.
still.
Yeah, rook a4 actually is a good way for black to.
I really
try.
like rook a4 because, okay, you can play, I don't know, king g5 or g4 or rook a1 immediately. No, rook a1 immediately is a draw.
Yes, king g5 you need to go because you need to go with rook from behind.
Then you go from behind. That's important. Okay, so yes, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, once you get your rook from behind, because the thing is that then it's very active. I think even
g4 is okay. Yeah.
Doesn't make any big difference, and now you can transfer your rook to a8, which would then easily support the movement of white pawns, which would be steady. But of course, that's going to be a slow conversion, but sure.
Yeah, and okay, now we made all the time controls, and now I can finally ask you questions from the chat. Especially, there was one about your opinion about engines on chess development, and if you think that in general the strength of grandmasters in the past 20 years, it has either improved or weakened certain abilities because of the help of the engines.
Well, I would start with grandmaster part,
yes,
because there are much more grandmasters than let's say 20 years ago.
Sure.
So it's very difficult, of course, to say what is the general level. But I would say that strong players got stronger. If I can put this way, let's say top players, they do work a lot on chess. They did improve. I would say that let's say a player with, if we compare a player with 2700s nowadays and 10-15 years ago, that the general level of play has improved. It's also going smoothly to the engine part, because it's also thanks to the engines, because they have developed a lot. Chess engines also, some time ago, it was even imaginable to have an even match or even beating a computer.
Yeah,
chess engine. Nowadays, it's just impossible, and even the matches with odds are not bringing humans any success. So, but it says that it's clear that also the level of engines improved a lot, and it also helps humans. Actually, of course, engines should be already be accepted more as a training partners rather than opponents in a game. So of course, if you use them correctly, they can be good for you. Of course, you have to be careful not to overly use the engines, and of course to be say effectively using them, which is not so easy. But I may not like so much the influence on engines, but there is nothing to be done about this, because you cannot really stop the progress. That's how life works. And like it or not, I was more of a, let's say, old schoolish approach. I did like to create things over the board.
Yes, exactly. That's my point. It's kind of de-romanticizing chess in that way, would you say?
I think it's a way to look at this, because on the other hand, the reality is quite clear. We cannot exclude computers from chess. So if we really can't do this, so we have to live with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So unfortunately, we may look. So it's nice to hear that we are not the only
No.
people in the world who would like to bring back old times in a way, but the whole generations of chess players are already raised with engine assistance and training wise, of course. So well, we may not appreciate this too much, but on the other hand, that's how things work. And well, it's I miss old times a bit, of course.
Even I miss
them. My old times were slightly different from your old times, but still, I guess we are talking about very similar things. And on the other hand, these are also very interesting times, and you adjust. If you want to stay on top, you need to adjust to a new situation, learn how to work with engines in order to use them in your for your improvement. And well, like it or not, but they are around, and we have to deal with them.
Yeah, that's I agree with you. Like I wish sometimes I could be more creative, but then the engine just tells me no, what is wrong with you. And also there was a question regarding the position of rook sacrifice, rook c6. The question, where can I see this game? Where can I study it?
I can recommend you, from my personal experience, the game from the Sarajevo tournament in 2000. It's a game of myself against great Garry Kasparov. It was a slightly different situation, but it's a typical rook takes c3 sacrifice in Najdorf Sicilian. So that's the one. Of course, the situation here was quite different, but still, it's a game which I have to say that I'm not always happy to bring this up, or when people bring this up, but it's also part of the game. Of course, you are sometimes on a winning side or on a better side, but at least I learned something. It seems that I did, because I remember the motif, and I will most likely remember it for a very long time. And that's why I myself check this motif quite often when there is a chance. And of course, this is generally it's an important motive, of course, which may be useful for you in different openings, and not necessarily only in Najdorf, for example.
Okay, that's very nice. I think we've got most of the important questions answered here, and now I'm gonna ask you, because you did work overtime today, do you need another coffee break, or do you want to check some development?
Let's check on the games if there's something interesting going on. If nothing urgent, then we may have an exception and do one more break before the things got hot on the boards. And I'm going through the games, and I have to admit I don't see much of excitement anywhere.
No, I think because everybody has reached moved 40, we don't see any development. We can see here the king has made all the way up to f6, but that doesn't make much of a difference. And also Jacobson, I think maybe that game, our line is on the board, and after queen c2, I think we will see black winning the bishop, queen g2, queen c6 maneuver. So definitely some games might be ending, but even the cameraman, I think, needs some extra coffee today, because the games are way too fighting.
And that means that we are indeed going for a short break, and after which we will tell you everything about the rest of the games.
Absolutely. See you soon.
At Dole, bananas are more than just a healthy snack. They're a healthy business. We're proud to be the #1 banana brand, bringing consumers a variety of fresh farm picks from Guatemala, Honduras, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Mexico, and around the world. Hardy plantains, sweet reds, the popular Cavendish. Whether we're working on the farm or innovating through research, we're constantly exploring ways to improve, package, and deliver our fan-favorite fruit.
Welcome back to round number 8. So one more round tomorrow before the decisive result. Pavel Eljanov doing amazingly, still staying half a point in front of everybody. However, we have a lot of games remaining in this round 8. They seem to be really, really in a fighting mood today after getting a banana.
Yeah, maybe, well, we are afraid even to think what would happen if they would get 2 of them. So hopefully, as I believe that partly this is a thing of tournament situation, because things always do heat up too close to the and then of course lots of players, they try to somehow get back to either to the stage or closer to the leader, each of them trying to solve his tournament situation in a way as he knows the best. Pavel is chased at the moment by 2 Polish youngsters.
Oh yeah.
It's Jan Malek and Jakub Siman, and there is one more player at the moment, at least it looks so, which, or maybe theoretically two of them, who can join the Polish youngsters.
Yeah.
And one of them is Etienne,
True.
who is seemingly doing very well against Marco Materia. We should
Definitely
check on that game. And another player who can theoretically catch up with them is Dimitar Mardov, although his position is not so easy. So we can see that Etienne did manage after the time control to improve his situation, and now we can see the developments. There is Marco is trying to hang on in the game.
Well, yeah, I mean, the a-pawn has been taken and he's now on a2. If
He's hoping to get his yesterday's endgame, rook and the bishop against the rook, but I'm afraid that the black may play more carefully and not allow this at all.
I like
by
this
playing
one,
bishop g7.
Rook
The
c7.
threat of rook c7 is quite unpleasant. So what white should
rook
do?
d1, right?
Rook d1
Should
is rook
happen.
b7, I guess, as well.
Then we go through that way. Rook b7, rook b1, rook c1.
Yeah, it seems that he can try to win this cleanly, not allowing any
That's cute.
any complications.
How about rook c5? Do we still go rook b7?
Yeah, rook b7. Yeah.
Rook b7, just going through c1, yeah? Seems healthy. Yeah, this game definitely is not the way Marco wanted it to go. He himself is waiting for a GM norm. Well, not waiting, he's fighting for one, and he's been fighting very successfully so far. But even had a chance today. Sadly, rook c5 on the board. Sadly, his hopes are going to be gone.
Yes, most likely by his this defeat, he is gonna lose his chances to score a GM norm in this tournament. But he is very young. He has many, definitely has many other tournaments where he can try to do it. And we believe that he is a very strong player, and I believe that he most likely is gonna succeed sooner or later. Meanwhile, let's check on Mardov against Mendonça. Well, King March again.
Yeah.
White decided to do something else. Didn't want to change the queens, but rather changing the bishops, and using the fact that both black pieces, and queen on f6, rather passive, and rook on e8, very passive. Just improving his position, bringing the king closer to the game, and waiting for the right moment to play queen d4. Actually, putting a very unpleasant question in front of black, because queen d7 is approaching, and we see a handshake because white, after king takes c5, there is no way the game can continue, and black resigned. This time his defensive skills were not enough, and it
was a very tough position to be in, to be honest. After letting the pawn on e7, you just wait and hope for the best, and this time Leon-Luc did manage to go smoothly and win this game. And also want to mention, when we were on a break, you guys saw that Brandon Jacobson has won a bishop and sold the game already. But definitely Dimitar will not be happy, because he was fighting for a norm. And with this loss, again, it's going to be tough. Of course, maybe with some calculations, he has to win tomorrow, but we will see when the arbiters will tell us before the game. They will definitely calculate it.
Yeah, I think that before the organization is perfect in this this case as well, because we had an information last year, for example, for all eventual norms.
Yeah.
All available, and there is another result. The Sava Vetochin did manage to win his game by a little trick.
Yes.
He did manage to get a pawn on h3 by some miracle. Well, not really a miracle, but a mistake by
his opponent.
His opponent, because he did put his rook to. Oh, but there was no.
Because
rook e7. This is a nice sequence, actually.
This is actually
rook e7 is a nice sequence, which actually by force leads to a loss of a second pawn.
Beautiful.
Bishop g7, king g6, and the bishop would come to f5, and with pawns marching on, and a very nice conversion of not such an easy endgame for Sava Vetochin, who also improved his
coming up to
situation.
6 points.
Yes. And now, of course, we can concentrate on the rest of the games.
Well, I think I just want to mention that Materia Marco has lost his knight, so he's stuck with the rook on a1 and pawn on a2, but it's just a matter of time. Bishop g3.
Bishop takes g3 is a small trick, which actually white will have to move king g2, and then we'll just return back, and then this is going to be winning quite mostly. Of course, white's hope would be to exchange the rooks and get the pawn somehow, because then, of course, the bishop and the pawn will not be able to win this. But I guess it's not gonna really happen, because black is just gonna bring the king slowly, and rook on g3.
Bishop g3, king g2 might happen, or resignation.
King g3.
Okay, so instead of resigning, he will just allow rook g1.
And rook takes h6, I think he's going to play. I think he's going to play king h4,
queen
a1, and rook takes h6.
Yeah, I was looking for a stalemate trick.
No, it's not a stalemate,
Yeah, we can see a queen, and you're
G7.
right. But of course, Etienne is coming.
Yeah. He's gonna do
resignation after king g7, king g8.
It's a decent way to g8 as well. It's a decent way to resign his game. I think he tried his last trick, and
this is it. That's it. So Etienne joining the pack of players trying to catch Pavel Eljanov. Now it's just a question: who is gonna play Pavel tomorrow, Etienne or Malek?
I believe it should be Etienne with white, which is amazing that we will have a similar situation like to last year when Etienne, he also, I believe that he did well in the second part of the tournament, and he did play against winner. Well, he, at that point not a winner yet, but he did have a chance to win the tournament. And he needed to win to win his game against Pranesh, and he lost it, and Pranesh became winner of the tournament.
Yeah.
And it shows that actually Etienne is really kind of a specialist on the second part of tournament here, because he really did show a great fighting spirit in several games. I believe that he won a couple of them in a row. Not sure how many, but he did use his chance today on the stage, and
he beat Fee, and then he beat the Turkish youngster Tanri Verdi. I feel like all the games have been so perfect from him in the last few rounds.
Good chess, and it may well happen that Etienne deserved first board tomorrow against Eljanov, and maybe Polish youngsters may play each other. Didn't they play already? I remember there was a Polish duel.
There was a Polish duel, but I
think they did play.
Oh, they did play, and they drew. Correct?
Yeah, they drew. So then the pairing seemed to be quite clear at the moment. So it's Jan Malek going to play Pavel Eljanov, and Jakob Simon playing Etienne. So sorry, Etienne will this time, but maybe he would be happier not to be on board this time. And still have a shot at the first place, because it depends, of course, on how the other games finish. Still would consider Pavel Eljanov as a strong favorite to win this event.
Absolutely, but surprises can happen. Like I said, morning rounds. I don't know who's a morning person here. I am not. Therefore, I cannot judge other players for blundering the pieces in the morning.
Yeah, that may well happen. And we have last 4 games remaining.
Only 4. That's why I would just like to also mention Lea Garifulina has also won her game today against Grandmaster David Gavrilescu, which means that she's really trying to climb to a GM norm herself. But of course it depends on a pairing and her result tomorrow, but a very good game by her.
For sure. And also you mentioned earlier today category prizes, and I guess she is a strong favorite also to win a women's prize. I didn't check the standings of the other ladies, but I think that she was the only one who was on online boards at least, and she won. So of course made a strong statement by this, and we will see, of course, how the things will unfold tomorrow. Reminding that tomorrow's round is not starting at 2:30 as usually, but 9:30. We'll bring it. Will that be an important difference? We shall see. And now we see a small combination by Hassan Chelik, who is also heading towards a big chance for a GM norm.
Cute.
Because he is going to win his game against Raja Ritvik, because he's... Well, we saw this game, there were some ups and downs, but mostly it seems that White was in control after the beautiful knight f5.
Yeah.
So typical, but a nice way, and now he managed to convert it to an endgame, which is quite easily winning for White. Just putting the king to c5 is just the easiest way. Or maybe even running with a b pawn can be enough. Oh, it does do this.
c7 allowing bishop g4, but okay.
Before is the time.
Oh, he's
not
using
some different ways. Okay, knight c6, knight a7.
Actually, because
knight
king
c6, knight a7.
This is resignation moment, actually.
Exactly. We see a handshake, and Turkish player is another one who is making his bid for GM norm, and also a good result.
Yeah.
Because he is definitely going to be, or very likely to be on the stage tomorrow. It's always nice to finish your tournament on a stage.
Well, it's always nice to finish a tournament with a win, yeah? So definitely, even if he's gonna be on stage tomorrow, but play a bad game, I think his whole tournament might be ruined.
That's also true. Let's check on Igor Samonenkov, who is also seemingly completely winning against Krzysztof Racek. Now, well, it's just a matter of endgame technique for white. He may win this in various ways. One of them being, for instance, even giving Rook A7 check. Maybe this is an ugly way to win this with next Rook A7. And this is maybe a bit unnecessary, but also winning. So it just shows that the position is completely winning for white.
I think this is gonna be the way to go. Otherwise, the Rook C1 would push the king out a bit for some short time.
Yeah, it's also Rook G6. I'm also sure that this is winning as well, because another winning, theoretically winning endgame is the one which may occur here. It's the king going via D4 to...
You're going to F6?
G7.
Yes, so you're gonna lose your D5 pawn, but you don't care.
I mean, I don't even have to lose it. I can push it to D6 if I really want to. But generally, once the king gets to G7, black king needs to be very close in order to have any drawing chances, and this is not happening here.
Sure.
So yeah, another way how to win this. Of course, not as I said, there is definitely not the only one. Or Rook E1 trying to stay. Stay in the game, but it's still can do Rook G8 and going for that, and I'm not seeing any chances for black to stay in the game. Rook E6, for example, if I will want to get, if I want to make my plan with King G7 work, then I just
he's gonna go for it,
Rook E6 and King E5, F6. I mean, just slowly cutting the rook off and entering with the king.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
He's still making some
he's gonna go Rook H5.
Like after this, Rook H5, which is
slowing King E4.
Slowing white down a bit, but this is also not really changing any evaluation position. The game which we didn't really see for
a long time,
a while, it's also it seems that we didn't really miss much here, because despite the advantage in 2 pawns for white, it seems that the position is drawish.
Well, I just want to mention at some point white was an exchange down actually, and then black decided to sacrifice back his rook for a knight. Yeah, that was the moment, because I think black just knew that this opposite color bishop endgame was gonna be a draw. It's 2 pawns.
Exactly.
Down.
Even you are 2 pawns up in such an endgame, it's impossible to do anything significant, because the pawns are not moving. You need to. The pawn on D4 is blocked. The other one on E5 is also not a match, and it's just a draw. It's very nice to have 2 extra pawns. On the other hand, it's not really helpful too much.
Sadly, it's nicer, but sadly doesn't help much. And then one last game, Leonardo Costa against Anui Shivatri. Actually, Leonardo Costa has been also on stage many times this tournament and is also in a bishop endgame. Anui is one of the players who's also competing for a GM norm.
Exactly, and a draw in this game would definitely be a good result. And we know that we have seen one game where he was defending very well against Max Warwandam. He managed to hold a very unpleasant position, and this is another one which, of course, white is still pushing for a win.
Yeah. Definitely gonna try. It's easier when you don't have opposite bishops here. You have all of them.
Not yet. Not yet. And it's very difficult to imagine that they would get traded in a way that opposite color bishops would arise. But does white have any breakthrough ideas. Don't see at the moment, frankly.
Okay, let's try to make something happen. You wanna break through? Okay, first of all, do you wanna allow c takes d4? Yes, that's
No,
what you
I
wanna
think
allow. Yeah.
quite useful would be
Yeah.
to take a look what
Okay,
happened
that's true.
so far,
Yeah.
in order just not to come up with something which Leonardo did already try.
Correct. Okay, so he has tried to attack the c5 pawn. He has pushed a pawn.
Black did hold his ground quite steadily here.
That's kind of
Yeah, bishop b5
like-
and bishop c6 is not really bringing black much.
Let me
Some
see
repetition.
if there was ever any chance, but it looks like this game has been equal since the beginning.
Well, I remember we had this position
Yeah.
after the opening, and I said that it will be very difficult for white to do this. But so let's check.
Wow,
Meanwhile,
okay.
as nothing is going on at the moment there, and Samonenkov is pushing his pawn to h7. So
Finally,
yeah, his idea is to go rook a8, which is very hard to do anything about this. Forcing black to take on h7
Oh, yeah.
and then going with the rook to h7 and collecting it. There's one more last trick.
okay.
I can show this
Yeah.
just to be in case
Aware.
of it. If you do something like, well, let's say rook h4. Let's imagine you do
What,
how
king
to
d4?
arrange the trick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to arrange the trick. Yes,
Try.
maybe. Yeah, king d4. Let's do king d4.
Okay.
No, it should be black's move, right? I mean white's move here. So let's
Okay.
do this.
Yeah.
Okay, let's imagine you do this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I
And
see.
stalemate trick. But
I
Samonenkov
see.
was aware, and he did run with the king in completely opposite direction to g2 in order to not to allow any stalemate. Well,
correct.
but it's never late to blunder anything, guys.
It really isn't.
Yes, this is not an advice, but just
That's a
to
nice
make
one.
sure. I think that was one of the reasons why Krzysztof was playing still, but Samonenkov did show good endgame technique, and also, well, we can see them discussing the game. I believe that they may discuss this. It seems by Racek's hand's movement that they're discussing the position with which he correctly. Well, because there was this, not knight g6, but the queen. But yeah, it's nice to see a friendly conversation between
Yeah, I
such
understand what
so
you're
the young
saying.
players. And
I think he understands, Krzysztof, that of course after he played knight g6 that was not the way to go, but
No.
queen h7 was the way to hold, and then knight g6.
yeah, but
Could
g6
this
he
be-
rushed a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what I'm thinking? Could it be possible that he thought that he already played queen h7?
No.
No, right?
No.
Okay, because that happens to some players. They already thought.
How do you make the second move in the line?
Yeah.
Yes. This happened a couple of times as well, but
To you?
no, I don't think so. Yeah, I did one.
Really?
Well, I just had to resign immediately.
Oh
Just
my.
can happen. But no, actually, I don't think it was the case here.
Okay.
But yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
It can happen, but you never know. It feels like that he went, that Krzysztof has already went through his mistakes during the game, already processed it, and he's not so upset about it yet.
yeah, it's very good to see it. Like I would, I believe that this is a normal behavior that we want to see. Of course, I mean he obviously has all the rights to be disappointed, but
Yes.
unfortunately in this tournament we were also witnessing a different behavior. So
Correct.
yeah, there was a
Yeah,
video
yeah.
of a player not even shaking his opponent's hand after the game, not signing the score sheet, which is not
Not
the way, or not signing the score sheet at least, and yeah, was not a great view. But yeah, now the players are asked
Forced
by
to leave.
arbiter to leave the playing hall because there is a game just
Yeah.
next to them.
Of course.
Actually, we understand. I know that, or even two games were in
Yeah,
close
yeah.
vicinity. It seems that
Actually,
they still are pretty much in the game. and they do
they're
not
really
leave yet.
so focused. No, but this is, like you said, this is amazing to see, because usually I would be very upset after losing a game, especially if I thought I was holding up correctly enough. And for Christoph to be so into the conversation, I am very, very glad to see that. Yeah, they don't want to leave. They don't want to leave, which is okay as long as they're quiet enough.
It's maybe they maybe are up to many more games against each other in their life, and I mean, you know, I always have a very nice memories. I still remember some games I played as younger player, as a junior, say against other junior players, and some of them are still around, not so many maybe, but yeah, but my generation is people like Petr Leko and Rustam Kasimjanov, for example, and so on. And I mean, played many games against each other, but I mean, it's just you know, if you learn to respect each other early, then it stays. You know, it's not just as is a very nice game, but it's not the end of the world. The game, of course, is important, but not the most important thing in the world. So it's very good to stay human, to stay nice to people, and I mean, by your behavior, you also show respect to your opponent, to the organizers, to yourself. Mainly, and this is one thing which young players not always understand.
Exactly.
And this pains to watch sometimes, but
in general, younger generation, I would dare to say that empathy is running very low these days, and I'm really glad to see that among chess players there's still enough going on, and friendliness, and just enjoying the game, and like you said, being respectful to the game itself and to the players. And I also see Maxime Lagarde is still actually at the board.
Wow.
He's playing Mohammed. He was on the board, I think, on the first round. He drew Nils, I think.
Yes, I think that he played a decent tournament. He did show up one more time, maybe on the online boards.
Yeah, one or two times exactly.
But we have a promising endgame for Maxime, I believe.
Well, yeah, I think there's still a pawn on h3 if I saw correctly. But okay, this deep pawn is running, but some calculation to be done. Yeah, a6. Look.
Something going to stop this a pawn.
Yeah,
bishop
I don't know.
b8.
Yeah. But don't I have bishop b6?
No, I have knight d2 check. Something like a6. Now you have to rely, guys, on our blindfold skills, because actually
there's no live board.
There's no live board, because two live boards which are left are not too entertaining, unfortunately. So we have we are focused on something which is entertaining for at least one of us.
And know this to the other players that are on live board, just their positions have not changed at all for quite some moves, and of course we'll come back. But this endgame with the knights on the board, it's always more entertaining.
The pawn is on h4,
h4.
Not 3, and that allows Maxime to play bishop g5. As this move looks to be technically very accurate to me, because knight d2 ideas are not possible anymore.
Exactly.
We are a bit unhappy, of course, to see both bananas still on the table intact, but but yes, what to do? We life is not perfect. We cannot force people into eating.
I would. Okay.
Well, we should probably wait until the game ends, because you cannot really interfere at this moment.
Maxime hates bananas, sadly, but I'm sure if I bring him some mango, yes, exactly. Etienne can read my mind. Maxime would be very happy with some Dole mango or dragon fruit. It's personal preference. Yeah, it's not everybody can eat everything. Yeah.
Well, we do hope that no bananas will be left in playing.
I will take them, don't
today.
worry.
Yes, in case, guys, you don't remember what is right brand for for all exotic fruits. It's,
Yes.
You can see a big sign of it in the middle of our live transmission as well.
And okay, bishop
Bishop
c7.
trying to slow down white,
Okay,
but
it makes some sense. It's also, we have a squid. I'm again in pink today, so definitely dancing squid. Hopefully it's for me. Thank you.
bishop e3.
I like bishop e3, but then after knight d2,
I take.
you take, and you
And
go
I-
a6
no,
or
c4.
c4. You start with
Yeah, I
your
just
plus
go
makes
with all I have in order to try to.
Okay, yeah, that's true. And I'm much faster if I go h6 g5. That's way too slow, right?
I'm sure there are numerous ways how to proceed here. I think lots of moves are winning.
Yeah, I like
Bishop
bishop e3.
Bishop e3 looks quite
I can.
good.
If I start with c4, can I start with c4 actually?
c4.
That allows some knight d4s, but I can.
No,
I think
knight
that's not. Yeah. Okay.
No,
That's
what I
true.
like is actually even more maybe is a6.
Yeah.
Bishop e6, bishop e3. Just like this, yeah.
Oof, oof.
Yep.
Oof.
Yeah, just. I understand you don't want to calculate anything.
No. I understand. Okay, so the point is, yes, of course, that you get rid of this bishop, but yeah, okay, that does allow, okay, a king f2, a7, e3, queen, e2. There's no knights on the board anymore. Okay, so first of all, did I... Yeah.
Can you still tempo, no? No.
I think I didn't. Okay, so let's go. A6, bishop b6.
You did.
Bishop e3 takes.
A7.
Ah, I did still not
So something is fishy there.
Squiddy.
Squid, yeah.
King
Squid is not
f2
a fish,
queen,
technically,
okay.
by the way. Yeah.
Oh, really?
No.
It's okay. I don't know the English word for it yet, but
It's,
so king f2 queen, and then I'm at e3, and that should definitely not be
Queen
enough.
a7. I mean, with tempo down, I don't believe you, but yeah, it was a good try.
It
was a good try. But yeah,
I was so sure I didn't steal tempo, but I did. No, but in case that was the scenario, then it would be slightly less clear, yeah?
yes, with
A big
e2, no,
yes.
it's
Okay.
well, then definitely another knight against pawn chase would arise, but
Yeah.
we don't.
We don't want to
need
calculate.
this. Nobody really needs this. Yeah, checking back on our two
Yeah.
live boards, also nothing much happening there.
Well, okay, Leonardo Costa is trying to exchange the bishop. Has he ever tried this before?
No, I don't think
I
he
don't
wants
think-
to exchange them, but just tries to put some pressure.
Yeah.
And
Well, I just
don't
wanna
know
see,
what is
yeah.
his plan. Actually, bishop d8 looks logical enough for black.
Okay, they've been at this.
And Maxime did start with c4.
Oh, so he
It was your move.
definitely. This is my move. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's does
Yeah, c4,
Does
c5
the
also
trick.
looks quite
Yeah.
promising.
I think
No,
so.
it doesn't seem that black has chances to survive this, and at least Maxime is gonna have a shot at solid end of his tournament.
Yeah, let's
if
hope
he
so.
manages to win tomorrow as well, because he's winning his second game in a row, and then if he wins tomorrow, at least winning last three in a row may look a little bit more acceptable to him than the situation now. But
Yeah. And also Nils Grandelius has also won today, which does bring him to 5.5. So hopefully we might see him on the live board tomorrow, maybe not. But also, yeah, it's a tough tournament. Yeah, once these youngsters get to you, it's hard.
95. What's the point if c5?
Okay, 95. Yeah, if I go c5, well, let's see what he wants.
I
Okay.
can go bishop f4 as well.
No need.
Yeah, let's see how Unuk is gonna.
Hold.
Well, I'm
G8.
not sure if he's holding even. I
Really?
mean, he's kind of. I don't see any active plan for white. Is there any?
Trying to find out. So let's see.
King goes to e2.
Yes, king e2, that works good enough, I think. The point is after king g7.
Yeah, what does white want? I don't see yet.
I think we're gonna take on c5 at some point and forcing bishop takes c5. And then, then maybe we can go bishop e1, bishop h4. Not that it does much, to be completely honest. King d3 maybe, yeah.
Okay, king d3, yes, he has played king d3.
But okay, the important is
king
the
h8.
Yeah, bishop is on d8. I think that's quite important. But actually,
a strange move, king h8.
Yeah, apparently this is winning.
Winning for white.
Yeah, I think I can just play bishop e6, f takes e6, take on c5,
and bishop d2.
And bishop d2, and after king g7, bishop e3. And bishop e7, and king is coming to a4 probably. King c2.
Yeah, but I definitely don't like king h8.
Yeah.
I mean, wasn't he...
He could have won bishop e7, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, king h8, this doesn't strike right at all.
Yeah, definitely up to Leonardo to calculate this endgame, what's happening. What else can I do actually with white? I can start with bishop d2, but apparently then c4 by black.
No, it's not gonna happen.
I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen.
No, I don't believe that c4 is
bishop d2, king g7 will happen, and
yes, and he can transpose to the game you mentioned. Yeah, just take and take on c5. And,
well. So I really thought this would end in a draw because Anoi has been defending extremely well.
Still can.
No,
yeah, because they are moving around for a while already, and of course to change the structure and to change the nature of the position. True, white is not really risking anything by any means here. Whatever he does, almost. So I can understand, but
the thing is that the king cannot enter through g5, and when the pawn is going to be on e6, black king has to go all the way to the queen side, but it can't because h6 will be hanging.
Well, still, I mean, what on earth would force you to play king h8 here? I mean, just anything else. I cannot really, it's frankly a move which wouldn't cross my mind. I mean, just he played it very quickly and convincing, right? Like anything. Why would you go to h8? It's the worst spot on earth to go for.
Yeah,
I mean, even if there is not such a big difference. Okay, king g7. At least now it makes me forget about king h8. The bishop e3, bishop e7 immediately. So they are, and now it's not so easy anymore. Yeah, because he needed black to take back on c5 with a pawn. Yeah. And now it's not maybe so easy.
It's actually hard to understand. Bishop takes e6, f takes e6, and if I go for d takes c5, in case no, wait, sorry, now the engine has changed its mind.
Still winning, or it's cool?
After d takes c5, bishop takes c5, this end
is lost. Let's check this. Let's check this because I'm curious about this. And this is winning
Can I
for
win
white.
this for white? Yeah, king c3, king, I don't know, f7.
Okay, I'm waiting.
Okay, and
you go to a4, yeah?
Yeah, king b2. Do you go d4? No, you cannot go d4.
No, once you go d4, you are lost. And the king goes to b5. Yeah. That's nice.
Yeah,
so after this, of course, you have to. You are not threatening to take on a5, but you are threatening king b5. Actually,
that's actually funny.
Yeah, because then you force black to go here, and after king c4, basically undermine it afterwards with a3, b4.
That's important.
And then you collect all the pawns, and then come for more to king side.
Oh, wait, so that means, that actually, in case of bishop takes c6, f takes c6, after taking on c5, he would have
White
to take
winning.
With a pawn, and then we are in the same endgame as before, so king, I don't know, c2, king has to stay on h7, g7, and we go to b2.
But that means that the whole endgame then is not holding for white.
Well,
at the very beginning.
that's actually a fair point.
Or maybe he had to be more careful and to had some, like not to stay so passively, and after bishop f5 to do something like bishop a6, just running from this side, which would require some brave decision to take, because I understand that he may have thought that this endgame is a draw.
Yeah,
I mean, it looks that it could be.
it looks like it. The engine might just be misevaluating this endgame in general.
No, the pawn's endgame is lost.
No, absolutely. No, yeah. Once you realize the pawn's endgame is lost,
king
it's a
b5
different
is a
play.
key idea, which you need to see from here.
Yeah.
And of course, if not, you cannot, you can't really go for the pawn's endgame if you are not sure what is going on there. And we can see, well, no major developments, but actually a try by white here in the game of Nitish against Sokolovsky, but the try doesn't seem to be a valid one.
Okay.
Win.
I was waiting for this exchange for a long time.
Nothing really going on there. Still just a draw.
Yeah.
Still, and and now Leonardo Costa is taking his time. He has enough of it.
Yeah.
Yes, and now he can. He may feel that he can decide the game here, which, of course, he would like to.
Well, all his pieces now are optimally placed. So bishop is on e3, is attacking c5, bishop on f5, the most active way. King is on d3. He might feel the need to go king c3 first. I don't think it changes much, to be honest.
No.
Well, maybe after king c3 could black try to take on d4 and play b5? That shouldn't hold, right? That should also be somehow lost.
I mean, white may... No, I think the biggest problem is that, or maybe for him, that if he doesn't see how he wins the pawn's endgame, then king c3 also not really changing much for him,
That's
right?
true. No, I'm also thinking the way to win a pawn endgame would it be to just play 8, put the king on c3, play a3 before?
No, then I would just change everything. I mean, you want to this one, eh?
Yeah, and I cannot.
Say,
because the pawn is on e6. Yeah, correct. I have to force d4 to happen. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go for some king c3 and then a3 before plan, I will be quite happy to exchange all of this, and this should be a draw because the pawn is a big asset.
I forgot that the pawn is on e6 to be completely honest.
c1.
Bishop
I mean,
c1.
it would suggest that he doesn't see the way to win.
No.
Or he is not sure that this endgame, the pawn's endgame, is winning.
Yeah. Do you think he might go for it eventually? Okay, I mean, at this point... Interesting. Bishop e7 might happen, no?
Yeah,
it has
I guess
to happen.
that he wants now to kind of win a tempo.
Well,
because by this he's gonna get to e3 and force black to make an outcome, because now black
Bishop
has
f8,
an only move.
Really?
Bishop f8, yeah.
Oh yeah, bishop f8. Yeah, but what does that do? Yeah, if I go bishop d2,
not much,
yeah.
but at least he will get a preferable expression. I don't know if he wants to take and go g5. I don't believe he is gonna do that. But
it's a good try actually to somehow maybe try. Yeah. Definitely. Well, apparently you should go c4 with black, but again, this engine has been run before. Allowing king d4, it looks terrible.
Looks are not what you want to do.
Well, the thing is that c3 and you win the a2 pawn, yeah? That's the point, but d5. No, he's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. There's no way you play c4 here. Like yesterday's fight.
You know what happens usually when you say there is no way you're gonna do this.
Yeah, but I still don't think that it's gonna happen. And also in the game between Belurkar and Sokolovsky, the pawn has been pushed to g5, and I think that is his final destination.
Well, maybe, but now he's gonna try to bring his king over again from the other side.
Sure.
And black has to be somewhat careful.
Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Well, whenever the king will try to go, let's say the king will be on b5, my bishop will be on d5, and I will go king f7.
No, I will try to get to d6 now.
Yeah, it's just true, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, it's a good try for white, at least. Something, it's... Well, anyway, we have another game running, so it's... why not try it? It's just your 2 pawns up in an end game. The chance may not present every day to have something like this.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, the king is not really passing the c8 or d8. Like, if I would get to e8 somehow with white, it would be good. But I mean, you will put your bishop to
e4.
To c6 and e4. Yeah, and that always will watch out for that.
Yeah. Okay, so then this is still the most entertaining game so far, definitely. So bishop d2 on the board. I think bishop e7 is going to happen. Bishop e3, bishop f8. Okay, also 1 minute.
Yeah.
What are you thinking about? What are you thinking
You
about?
what? You know what?
The pawn and king.
It's typical. Told you. No, I mean it suggests that he is not happy with his regular setup with
so
bishop
really
e7. He may go for
what happened with 1 minute on the clock.
Hard to say anymore. Will not make any predictions.
I think. Okay, he's trying to calculate c4 and then b5. Of course, that does allow d5 from white.
Yeah, that doesn't look promising at all because then suddenly all white pawns will start running.
And what is the running?
He's considering the c3.
I think so. Telepathically, we told him c3 exists. Hello. No, if he plays this, that's insane. I mean, that's kind of impressive, to be honest. Okay.
d4.
Close enough.
Yeah, he missed by 1 square. Yes. But cd4 we didn't expect.
Well,
and cd4.
It's not too bad, I think. Because bishop e7, bishop
transposed to the same endgame, more or less.
True with it. It takes bishop e3, bishop c5, king d3. No, wait, it's a different endgame, yeah? Because yeah, that's a different endgame, not the one. Because now bishop takes e3, right?
Then you can survive because you kept your d5.
Bishop takes e3, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, can I do something else then?
Yeah, you can actually play b4 apparently.
Here.
Yeah. You can also take on e6 first, but I don't think there's a need for that.
No, if you take on e6, I don't believe there's that much anymore.
Yeah, b4. b4 takes, and then bishop. That does allow bishop g5, to be honest.
Interesting decision by Black, trying to change the structure. Well, also he was very short of time, and he did feel that the setup with bishop e7 and bishop f8 is not going to work anymore. So he maybe correctly decided to take his chances here after cd4.
I think so. I think
interesting.
It's definitely not a clear move. It's not a clear and easy way to continue with white to be winning here.
And you see how much we are influenced by what edges do think. I'm not sure I would have seen king b5 idea in pawns endgame.
Yeah.
So now we think, oh well, there was like an easy win, which is by at all not easy.
No, not.
And say that's earlier there was a question in the chat that said about engines, and engines do show us that well, this is quite easy. All of this, any player, let's say you are an amateur player sitting your home looking at this game and say, oh, but how these grandmaster guys are missing all these easy things.
Yeah,
it's not easy, believe us. It's only easy on the screen. Once you sit there, even things you repeated, you know your theory, know your theoretical endgame. So many times it happens that you in a stressful situation of a tournament game, you may miss out on seemingly absolutely basic situations. So
no, definitely. Also, I'd like to mention that Engine also at first didn't see that this game was winning either.
Even
I had to test the engine actually by playing some moves, and then he said, "Oops, it is actually +3."
Yeah.
No, definitely it's hard, especially you have a whole game behind you. First of all, they're one of the last players in the playing hall, both exhausted probably from all the calculation. Yeah, this is not an easy end game to play either side, I think, if you want to win or if you want to hold it.
Well, a little bit more comfortable
Yeah.
to play with white, I would assume. Still would pick a white anytime.
No, this is absolutely now a question. Do we take on d4? Do we maneuver bishop e1, bishop f2, bishop d4? Going b4, I don't believe it's gonna happen. Doesn't make sense
also
to
it's
exchange more
somehow
pawns.
in principle changing a structure which was there for a long time looks unnecessary.
Yes.
But yeah, well, we will see, of course, how Leonardo Costa is going to deal with this situation. The structure has changed after c takes d4. He is now looking a bit aside from the board, just maybe in order to reconcentrate, refocus, because sometimes you need some fresh view, some look around if you have time, of
Yes,
course.
if you have time, and he has more time than his opponent. Also, I think that Leonardo has already eaten his banana, so maybe looking for more energy.
Yeah, we don't see.
We don't see his
a
banana.
we don't see the banana on his right hand side. So yeah, most likely he managed to get rid of it in the best possible way.
In this case scenario, when nerves are working, yeah, you are using a lot of energy. So I would recommend to have some chocolate before. Well, I did say there's no way to play this, but okay, of course, this is not winning completely. Work to be done, but definitely looking good.
Best chance, yeah.
Best chance, yeah. I think even because I think first black has to decide to take it.
Yeah,
or
right now,
leave it.
yeah, I don't think that you will leave the pawn standing on b4. Doesn't look.
Doesn't look. Do you think in case he'll use it, do we go b5 or do we take a5? Hello, cycling.
Backwards.
Backwards. Well, I am not able to do that.
Don't think that
Only
even
Pogacar.
Pogacar could win the Tour de France by cycling backwards. It's 15 seconds.
Oh, that's actually dramatic. The other game, we just let it be. Nothing much is happening. This one is the game to be in. He took on before. Yeah, to try to...
Bishop here.
Here we go for the viewers to also see what's happening on this kind of 27 seconds, yeah? Okay, bishop h4, bishop g5. I assume we have to play something. Do you think king h8?
No, king h8. I believe, I think it's a smart play from Costa.
Yeah.
Because you change, went for b5. You change the structure.
Oh.
I mean, because, now you are, you need to also to put some pressure on your opponent on the clock as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he does.
No,
King
I have
takes
a very
d4.
nice idea. No,
Yeah.
I want to... Okay,
King takes d4.
Okay, let's start.
Nice idea.
Okay, the thing is I wanted to start bishop c5, but yes, king takes d4, forcing bishop b6,
yes.
bishop c5.
Yes, bishop a5.
And now bishop e7.
And bishop b6 check.
No, bishop is... Okay, bishop e6, king d3, wait.
King d3?
Yeah. No, c3?
You want to give me bishop f6 check so I couldn't go to h8?
Yeah, exactly. No, okay, I'm trying. I was that doesn't work. You know what? I was trying to make G5 work actually.
Okay,
It doesn't work,
okay,
you know,
yeah.
because
But
it's
it-
fixed with the
But the bishop is hanging.
I know, yeah. Let's try. Maybe first I have to go to G3, the king, and play bishop D3. No, that's way too long.
Sounds
That's way too long.
complicated.
Okay, now so after king D4, bishop B6, bishop C5, bishop A5. Would you go bishop A7? But bishop B4 then, yeah.
Yeah, but do we have enough moves actually? If I kind of try to
Moves.
like where do you go? You go bishop E1, yeah.
Yeah. If you allow me, I will go bishop E1.
And that you can do actually even after bishop A7.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I would want to play a
Bishop E7 I like
Bishop
actually. Bishop E7, bishop B6 check. Then I move back, let's say to D3.
You go to D3 or C3?
Yeah, D3.
Actually,
D3.
because going to B4 is not so stupid.
No, well, king C3 you would go
Bishop A5.
bishop A5 check. So I will have to go king D3 anyway.
eventually,
Let's say.
And then, okay.
Can I make any progress with the bishop on F6? Or somewhere else?
Yeah, I wanted to with G5, but somehow it
Yeah,
didn't.
well, the bishop is kind of a problem on F5.
Yeah.
Well, we in any case we're gonna see the resolution of this game quite quickly because also Leonardo Costa doesn't have unlimited time to his disposal, so it's something around 4 minutes now. Of course, black player is a bit behind on this. He has 39 seconds. On the other hand, his play is more or less forced. So it's not like that he has many difficult decisions to take. He just has to make the moves and hope that the position is not losing here.
I wonder what he's thinking except taking on D4.
Yeah, maybe bishop C5 he wants to start with.
They put the bishop on D4 though.
I
Actually,
have
that's
no
not
idea actually
so-
if it's any better than the king D4 idea, but
Yeah, that's a good point. Because it's okay in that case. Okay, it's not so stupid because that brings my king to B3. You would have to keep your bishop on F8, A3 diagonal, and then I can never go A4. Yeah.
not sure. Yes, if the progress there is any progress
Yeah, that's
possible
true.
if you do bishop C5. It's maybe just a better way to confuse your opponent a bit, but as black has a very limited choice of options, it doesn't make so much of a difference. So bishop C5
Okay.
indeed.
Bishop C5 on the board. Well, yeah, do we go bishop A5 or bishop H4? A5, yeah, that's more comfy. Takes with the bishop, yeah. I wonder what he's gonna wanna do with this bishop here. What can we do? Yeah. Do we go C2 B3? Not really. Huh?
Now after bishop E1, of course, white would like to sneak his king through to C5, but
Actually, okay, I go all the way to B3, and then I take on E6, and then I go bishop C3.
bishop E3, bishop A5, I would expect.
Yeah.
But wait, doesn't this give accidentally black a chance to play D4 now? Okay, no time.
Yes, it does. You're right. D4 was a very nice move, but then he had to calculate bishop E6, taking on E3. But yeah,
No, but this would be a draw, I guess. But bishop takes D4, bishop takes A2, E6 check,
Oh, E6
king
check.
F8.
Oh.
Yes, but there's king F8. I'm just I thought that I'm holding there, but I could easily be wrong, of course.
Yeah, because if I give you a check on C5, you go to E8.
Let's just okay.
Yeah, let's go on the
So
board.
moving, but we can take a second to check on this. Maybe it's not working. D4 I would like to do, but maybe it's not working because E6 just saw a nice trick here that white can start with bishop G7 check.
Oh yeah, it works, but king E7, yeah.
And
Saves the
takes, and this is a draw.
Yeah.
king f7, and this is maybe a draw. Bishop b1 check.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, I found a draw, but it's but meanwhile the players already made 4 moves, so my drawing idea is completely irrelevant.
Well, not completely irrelevant. You
think that there may be a chance that it's gonna happen again?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, bishop c5, and in case of bishop e3, can we go d4 anyway?
No, this time I don't know. I don't think, because there is no time for that. Oh, bishop d4, bishop c4 check. Wow, now bishop e3 would be a mistake, most likely.
I think so.
Because after d4, there is an intermediate check of bishop.
Also, yeah.
Here. Yeah. No, Oh, you may basically don't need to do that.
No need.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to say.
I forgot that you can take also here. But okay, Leonardo is aware of this probably, so he just moves with the bishop to d2.
Going back to the
bishop b6.
Then can we make some progress now? King c2. I go king c2.
So we have not been yet in this position.
No.
But
definitely
bishop c1.
Oh, c1. I know we're gaining quite a lot of time back on the clock.
Oh yeah.
Bishop c1.
Bishop c7. Yes.
Bishop b2. Do you want to go?
No, bishop b6 back.
Bishop b2. Bishop b6.
Not much of a progress from white.
No. We can go to d4, but that's a repetition of the position, actually.
Exactly. Then bishop d4 is going to be some kind of a bishop a5 or something.
Bishop c3 would still run into c4, yeah? So that's not good.
Yeah, he's holding on this ground. Bishop a5.
Oh.
Decided to go.
Okay. So
maybe it doesn't change so much.
I don't think so. Yeah, I think. Okay, apparently this position somehow is supposed to be winning. Let's try to figure it out. Bishop goes to f4, d2. Oh my god, that's how is this winning? Taking on. Let's say we take on e6.
Oh.
Go to c2, king c2. Oh, I don't know how is this winning actually. How is this winning? No, maybe.
Like this. And okay, the computer tries to claim that I will not be able to protect
I don't know.
the b4 square, because the point is that you want to go to b3.
Yeah.
And then to push my bishop out. If I bring it to c5.
Yes, exactly.
Then bishop a3. And then you are not really able to protect the. All right, bishop d4. Now
it's a good way to start, because maybe not allowing bishop b6.
This position we had on the board here.
I think
already.
So, yeah.
He did play bishop e1 actually.
So
before that.
Changing his mind.
So no, I don't. Simply they are moving so many times around this place that actually he may not have remembered even which move he used already. But bishop b4. I would have checked my score sheet actually. You know, once you repeat the position twice, there's always a chance that it's going to happen for a short time. So no need. And our arbiter is now
realized he's
in the main role. He does check carefully if he is not interfering.
That was very nice.
And he was not.
No, it's okay. Thankfully, we have the right position on the board. So even if we don't see the players, we have the position. After bishop b4. Okay, I think we still bring our king to b3. I think that's a good plan. And then we take and play bishop c3, and then at some point king b4 is inevitable.
Yeah, that's.
Don't know if it's winning, to be honest, but it's a good try.
The best try. It's the best we can do. Let's see. Yeah, and he goes for the idea
Yeah, that's gonna be now be challenging. Oh, he can go bishop a5, but king b3. Yeah, it's really funny because this bishop on e6 is so stuck on the board.
I decided
Oh,
to go for
bishop
bishop
f8.
f8. Another unexpected,
Oof.
an unexpected direction. Not that it changes much, I guess, here, because the plan with bringing the bishop to b4 eventually for white should be working and winning.
Well, let's say, okay, king b3, right? Bishop e7.
Bishop takes e6 and bishop c3, no?
Bishop c3.
No, not c3, b2, sorry.
Oh, both is okay.
Uh-huh.
Bishop b2, bishop c3. Bishop c5, bishop a3.
Yes. Bishop d4, bishop d6.
d4, bishop d6. Yes.
I thought this is gone, yeah.
Yeah.
But
That's gone bad, indeed.
Yeah.
Okay. We do expect this to happen. King b3 on the board. Well, that was a logical move.
and the game between Nitish and Sokolovsky did end in a draw because there were no motives he could really use. And yeah, and here is a key moment. And if Leonardo Costa does find the right setup,
Yeah, if
he has his last 3 minutes to find it.
I wonder if I can start with bishop c3 here.
No, but this is maybe d4 check.
d4, yeah, then that's probably a draw, right?
No,
Probably
I would do
should be.
risk. Just
No way. No.
maybe bishop
Bishop
b2.
b2, maybe, yeah.
b2, yeah, you
Mhm,
can go.
maybe b2.
It makes a little more sense.
Bishop b2. Yeah, wait. Is
I
here.
think bishop b2 is gonna happen.
Yeah. Oh!
Where? A1? Why?
What is this bishop doing there? Come on! Okay, so
I just wanted an extra move to
okay.
be made.
yeah, he's definitely... Okay, he's not committing to bishop takes c6, which makes sense. No need to commit to that.
Yeah, I guess there is always time for that. And
Can we make a suggestion to rename the tournament Trophy Banana Dole for the next year? You can try to make a petition. I will sign.
we can suggest this to the main organizers. However, I do believe they are quite happy with the name of the tournament like it is. And
Short and sweet.
yeah, I guess that this is the way also that when you have to deal with all the materials, all the things which it will be too longish, I would believe. So maybe I would just rather keep it short.
And imagine some players not liking the banana will not want to participate.
Well, also Dole is not only banana, but also many other things. So I would feel that it would be unfair to dragon fruit, for example.
Yeah, I want
And
some
bishop
dragon
a3, trying to push out black's bishop. But does it?
That's okay.
Bishop g5, yes.
I think that's just a transposition to what we want to have.
But what do we want to have actually at the end? Because he wants to go from bishop d2.
Yeah, that was my fear even before.
But there was some idea.
Yeah, there definitely is an idea. Bishop c5, I like the start. King bishop d2 will happen. And maybe we... Well, wait, that's actually very hard. That's actually very hard.
Already forgot what was the winning idea.
I need to... I'm trying to find it. Let's say we take king c2, bishop a5, bishop d4. I'm really trying. Maybe we have to go all the way back to the bishops with c3 and king b3. Does that help us anyway? Not really,
but how do you win this?
Don't know. I don't know how do we win this. King c2 will be run into bishop a5. Bishop d4, bishop e1, right? King b3. Bishop.
Can there be a Zugzwang? No,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay, so what do you do? What do you do after Bishop d4? Yeah.
Now, Bishop e1.
Yeah.
Bishop c3 is the point. Yes.
Yeah.
And okay, Bishop a5. But then it's Bishop c3.
Okay,
now this is actually a
okay.
critical. This is a critical position when White does bring his bishop to d4 c3, getting to the black pawn on b5.
I don't see how you. Oh.
Bishop e1, but this is just losing, right? By bishop takes e6 and bishop c3.
Takes bishop c3. Okay, I will go bishop f2, and after king b4, I might try d4 and try to take your pawn on e5 if you let me. Right. But this is winning actually. You have to give up your e5 pawn as long as you take the pawn on b5 and go king c4.
Okay, yeah, this is already something which, yeah, with the
But
a
he has
pawn,
to go
yeah.
for it. I mean, there's no other way. What else can you do from this position? Except if he's afraid to lose in that one.
No.
I don't think so.
And he's down to 2 minutes.
Hmm.
Of course, it's not still with a 30 seconds increment. It's not such a big deal.
And Anu up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, he managed to gain 5 minutes already, so it means that we made 10, maybe even more quick moves.
And yeah, I think this is the time to take the bishop on e6, and we can also see the playing hall in Pasino Grand Casino were above one. But definitely a very nice playing hall, but kind of very tiring moment for the players. Not a lot of them still playing, but maybe this is the moment to discuss that there are actually 3 opens happening right now. So we are following, of course, the A Open above 2100, which is extremely strong, but also B Open between 1700 and 22 rated 100 players, and then also C Open for players under 1700, and definitely a place for everybody here. And yes,
Bishop takes e6 and bishop c3 we expect to happen instantly, and yes.
Okay, I'm happy about this. It took some time to get here, but I'm happy about this. Bishop f2, king b4, yeah. You think he's gonna try d4?
Yes,
Yeah, there's
sure.
no other way to go for it. Or otherwise, you just give a pawn for free.
Yeah.
There's no other way after d4. Apparently going with the bishop on b2 is of course wrong. I mean, that kind of makes some sense, right?
But it's d3, no?
d2.
No, I mean, the point is that if...
Yeah, d3, yeah.
yeah, there is a trick. Let's show this.
Yes,
after
let's
king
see
c3, bishop d4 check. Not the most difficult trick in the world, but still one which can theoretically always happen.
Okay,
It didn't
but
go.
bishop e3 actually, that does make sense, because after king b5, d4, we give up our bishop. Bishop e1.
This is a way how to win this.
d3 and a4, yeah? That's how we win.
And we are in time.
Well, we're always in time because black king can...
Yeah, no, I mean, but black is not in time to collect an e5.
Ah, yes. That's important, but that's hard to actually... Oh, you need to calculate this right now.
Yes. But he will, because actually there is not much
No other way.
Not many options and no way back even to match.
Yeah, because our pawn does run to a5 when we lose our bishop, so in case bishop c3, a6 is already on the board. So that's very important.
It's essential to get your pawn to a6 before black has enough time to collect on e5, which is gonna happen.
Yeah, okay.
And king b5 is on the board. d4, white is not afraid, of course, because now he can move his bishop actually anywhere in b4.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, no, let's try to avoid a5 just in case this is gonna be a...
But even a5 is working.
Yeah,
It's
that's
funnily
working,
enough.
yeah.
unnecessary, but it does work.
Absolutely, yeah. Bishop b4 looks healthier than bishop e1, or okay, looks same.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't make such a difference.
No.
d3, a4.
He could play bishop f4 actually also. He could
Like
try.
here?
Yeah.
But still a4.
Still a4,
running,
yeah. But of course now he's gonna try to calculate d3, a4, d2 takes, a5, bishop c3, a6. So then he's gonna realize, oopsie, there's not enough time. So I think bishop f4, a4 takes, a5, bishop b8 makes a bit more sense.
b6.
King b6, king f6.
King b7.
Oh, that's true.
There's
Sorry.
a problem.
No.
Problem with there as well.
King b7 is a problem.
And bishop from b8 doesn't really control.
That's true. He might have to play d3.
I guess that here comes realizations that unfortunately the endgame was still most likely lost, so he will be upset, of course, because it did seem for a long time that the endgame is holdable.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a good play for Leonardo Costa, definitely.
Well, yeah. I mean, the opening which we started from, I really didn't expect this game to go for much longer than 30 moves. But you did say, yeah, exactly, that white, can have some unpleasant ideas, and
he managed to convert. He managed to convert a small advantage, which didn't look too serious at some point, but he found the right ideas. Black did do his best, mostly. Maybe had some chances, but it was very difficult to grasp the fact that you need to change the structure earlier than he did.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end, it seems that white is gonna take the whole point home, which also improves his chances, of course, for the overall standings. He may also make it to the top boards tomorrow, and
Leonardo Costa really has been playing on top for most of the tournament. I feel like I've seen him. Yes, I think it's around 3, around 6, 7, 8. Yeah, he's definitely been playing very well. And Anu is checking score sheet. Do you know why?
Not sure. There's no repetition for sure.
Yeah. There's no 50 moves.
No 50 move rules, but it's just a reflex probably.
Uh-huh.
Just sometimes you during the game, we are focused. Thanks to Etienne, we are focused on a certain board. We can see players' reaction, behavior, and of course during the game. If I would have a camera on me for the whole games, that you may have seen many interesting things.
Yes, I know. So I wouldn't want to see.
Yeah, so people, of course, it may have been just, and now we see a nod from Anu that he realized that this either he missed something or just something. Well, maybe he is just replaying the previous moments of the game, and because now he most likely realized that it's over, and unfortunately for him, he's not going to be able to hold this end game.
Yeah, I feel like he was very confident that this end game was a draw, especially he was holding it for so long, and then decided to take on d4. I don't know.
No, but he already was kind of forced to do that. No, I mean, it's not like that he really wanted to take on d4.
Was he forced really? Because in case of bishop e7, bishop f8, would anything bad happen to him? Because Costa hasn't taken on c5 before when he had a chance.
No, but maybe he suddenly saw the idea of c5, yeah. So he didn't like that, and it seems to him that he thought that it's not.
Okay. No, it's definitely very hard to know what's happening into the player's mind. And we can see him shaking his head. He probably, when he will come back to his room or his apartment, he will see that this endgame was actually very hard to hold, maybe even unholdable after bishop f5, bishop e6.
Yeah. So, well, of course, at this particular moment, you don't know how the evaluation was. D3 was pushed. I can tell you quite convincingly what is going usually through my mind when I am in such a situation. There are lots of very, very hardly publishable words in mostly in Balkan languages because I always consider them to be the most expressive. So basically, that when you really want to come up with some expressive words, I would usually turn my attention to Serbo-Croatian. So it's that seems to be an end of the game because bishop e3, king c6, king is getting to.
He's gonna try to bring his king to c6 himself.
Well, no, not really, because g5 is always there, and after king b7 at a7, he.
Okay, he's gonna go king b7. Okay, and here we can see.
We are seeing a rare camera feed, which is from our kitchen. We can say it's a background. This is the brain of the technical.
Wow!
You can see how many screens are there and equipment.
Many cameras also.
It's and the joystick and it was just amazing number of. Screens, and we are here. We didn't leave.
No,
you can take a pic in, basically take a look. How does everything look like? And Chessbase India as well. We are saying hello, and the game is over by this. It would be it was our one. He did feel that the end of the game is near, and of course a tough game for both, but I think Leonardo Costa would have a slightly more pleasant possibility to process it compared to Mensch, because Leonardo won, and he's gonna have a shot on a good price tomorrow in case he wins his tomorrow's game. But in any case, well done, both of them.
Yep.
A long game, but a very interesting one. Interesting end game, which may be helpful once for any of you who did manage to survive till the end of our stream. We did here, and by this we can we sum up one more time that tomorrow's round is starting at 9:30. It will be Pavel Eljanov heading into the last round with half of a point of advantage, and 3 players, if I'm not mistaken. It's Jan Malek, Inian, and Jakub Siman.
Exactly.
They will chase him or try to catch up with him tomorrow. It will require, of course, Pavel not to win. Then all the questions will be off. And then we had, from other results, Leon Mendonca did win his game against Dimitar Mardov. And Brando Jacobson and Sava Vetochin as well.
Absolutely.
Hasan Celik did boost his GM norm chances by beating Ritpik Raja. And we had some draws. And of course, we will see the pairings for the last round were very important.
I would just like to mention maybe for tomorrow that in case, maybe if it wasn't clear enough, in case of same points for the first place, there is going to be a tiebreak, an exciting tiebreak in Rapid, Blitz, and maybe even Armageddon. But yes, like you said yourself, in this case, Eliano would probably need to draw for that. But we'll leave this Questions for tomorrow?
There will be enough time in our tomorrow stream, which will start at 9:30 with a 15 minutes delay as every round. And, well, I hope you will join us as soon as you find fit. And we will be here to see the final round of this beautiful tournament. And while we hope you will have a nice evening.
Yes.
And
see you tomorrow morning with some coffee. Bye-bye.
Bye.